In the earliest records of Yharnam's foundation, before the first whispers of beasts or the healing church, there were the ruins. They lay deep beneath the city's stones, vast and silent chambers carved into the earth long before humanity's memory began. When the scholars of Bergenworth descended into those depths, they did not know they were trespassing upon the grave of an entire civilization. These were the remnants of the Thumerians, a people so ancient and so intertwined with the Great Ones that their very blood shimmered with the residue of divinity. To the scholars, this discovery was not merely archaeological, it was revelation. For in those labyrinthine halls, amid statues worn smooth by time and ritual altars crusted with strange dark ichor, they found evidence of something more than worship. They found communion. The Thumerians had not prayed to their gods as mortals pray. They had mingled their essence with them. Their queen, Yharnam, was both mother and bride to the formless voices that dwelled between worlds. Through her, the Thumerians achieved what the scholars of Bergenworth would later call transcendence, a fusion of mortal will and cosmic blood. It was there, beneath the capital, that the first traces of what would later be called the Old Blood were discovered. Not in a vial, nor in the body of a saint, but in the bones of a dead queen whose veins had once pulsed with something no longer human. The scholars did not yet understand what they had found. They believed it to be the remnant of an ancient biological marvel, a perfect curative, a panacea. In truth, it was the residue of a great one's grief. The leader of this expedition, Provost Willem, understood instinctively that this discovery was dangerous. His journals speak in elliptical warnings of fluid thought and blood as memory, of communion with something whose motives could not be comprehended. Yet his student, Lawrence, was enthralled. He believed that the old blood was not a relic, but a gift, the key to humanity's next stage of being. Between them grew a schism that would fracture the foundations of Yharnam. To Willem, knowledge was the path. "We are thinking on the basis of planes," he said. "What we need are more eyes." To Lawrence, it was not thought, but blood that would open the door to ascension. Thus began the divergence between two ways of seeking the Great Ones, through understanding or through consumption. As the scholars delved deeper, the evidence became undeniable. The Thumerians had been transformed by what they called the gift of the blood, but their civilization had ended in decay. Entire strata of their society had degenerated into beasts, monstrous parodies of the human form, their features elongated, their limbs contorted into shapes echoing their divine patrons. The deeper the explorers went, the less human the remains became. Yet within that ruin, they found a symbol repeated again and again, a chalice, overflowing with dark fluid, surrounded by runes that spoke of rebirth, of awakening, of the womb of the cosmos. To Lawrence, this was not a warning, but a promise. He brought the blood to the surface. The first experiments were cautious, a few drops administered to the sick of Yharnam under controlled conditions. The results were miraculous. The dying rose from their beds. The crippled walked. The blind saw. The blood healed all ailments, purified all corruption. It was salvation incarnate. The city began to worship it before it even understood it. And so was born the healing church, an institution founded not on faith in the divine, but on the belief that divinity could be bottled, distributed, and sold. Yet beneath this miracle, something stirred. The same fluid that healed also transformed. Those who received too much of it began to change. At first, subtly, heightened senses, restless dreams, a strange attraction to the moon. Then grotesquely, bodies twisting, voices dissolving into bestial howls. And still the church insisted it was holy. They called it the Old Blood, as though naming it could contain its mystery. But its origin was neither human nor divine. It was the echo of a great one's yearning, preserved in fluid form. The grief of a god seeking a child through the veins of mortals. The Thumerians had known this, though they had long since perished for it. The scholars of Bergenworth did not. They mistook longing for benevolence, mourning for mercy. And when the first beasts tore through Yharnam's streets, they believed it to be a curable sickness, not the consequence of communion. To understand the old blood is to understand the tragedy of curiosity. The scholars sought transcendence without humility, truth without preparation. They did not realize that what they called blood was not merely substance, but will. A Rin remnant consciousness seeking hosts through which it might remember itself. The Thumerian queen had once borne such a will within her, and the result was the birth of Murgo, the child that would cry eternally within the nightmare of Mensis. The old blood, in its purest form, is the essence of that same inheritance, an attempt by the Great Ones to reproduce through humanity, to fill the void left by their lost offspring. Every vial, every transfusion, every act of healing is an invitation extended to that ancient grief. And yet, as with all tragedies, the truth was hidden behind beauty. To the people of Yharnam, the blood was holy, the church, a beacon of hope. Pilgrims came from distant lands to partake in its blessing, unaware that they were offering their own veins to the will of something that no longer understood the living. Even as beasts multiplied and hunters patrolled the night, the faithful continued to gather beneath the spires, chanting hymns to the miraculous cure that had cursed them all. The city became a cathedral, and its cathedral a womb. Every drop of blood spilled upon its stones was a prayer answered by silence. Perhaps then, the true origin of the old blood was never in the depths of the labyrinths, but in the human desire to transcend limitation, the hunger to touch the divine even at the cost of becoming monstrous. For the blood was not forced upon Yharnam. It was invited, welcomed, revered. It was the mirror of humanity's own yearning, as much as it was the Great One's. The communion was mutual, and so, as the red moon rose above the city and the line between miracle and nightmare dissolved, the question lingered. If the old blood was not a gift from the gods, but the gods' attempt to be reborn through us, then who, truly, was being healed? Humanity, or the Great Ones themselves? The answer lies deeper still, in the forgotten tombs where the blood first whispered its name. Beneath the foundations of Yharnam's oldest stones, the air remains heavy with something ancient, a residue of rituals, performed before language could name their purpose. The Thumerians, who ruled the labyrinthine depths long before the surface world rose to prominence, were not a people of faith in the way we understand it. Their devotion was not to symbols, nor to doctrines. It was a biological devotion, an intimacy between flesh and divinity. The walls of their catacombs still bear inscriptions not of worship, but of exchange. They gave their blood to the gods, and in return, the gods gave them something they could not contain, the first essence of transcendence. The Thumerians believed that blood was more than life. To them, it was memory, the record of all who had come before. The Great Ones, who existed beyond time, had no such record within themselves, for they were eternal, and in eternity, nothing could be remembered, only re-experienced. The Thumerians offered them a gift they did not possess, the continuity of mortality. And in return, the Great Ones offered fragments of their own consciousness, dissolving into the crimson flow that became the foundation of Thumerian society. Over generations, this communion created something new, a shared being, a civilization whose ruling bloodlines pulsed with both mortal and cosmic thought. Queen Yharnam, the last and most tragic of her kind, was the culmination of this convergence. Her coronation was not a ceremony of power, but of sacrifice. When she was chosen, she was prepared in the depths of the labyrinths, submerged in pools of sacred blood that were said to have flowed from the veins of a Great One itself. Her body became host to a presence beyond comprehension. Her voice, when recorded in later glyphs, was described as an echo, layered, harmonic, filled with whispers that were not her own. To her people, she was divine. To the Great Ones, she was a bridge. It is through Yharnam that the true nature of the old blood reveals itself. It was not created by men, nor stolen from the gods. It was the result of a union, an agreement sealed in longing and misunderstanding. The Great Ones, in their infinite grief, sought surrogates for their lost children. The Thumerians, in their infinite ambition, sought immortality. The old blood was the child of both desires. It was never meant to serve as medicine, but as inheritance. A seed, carrying within it both the memory of mortality and the despair of the divine. When the Thumerian civilization began to decline, it was not through war or famine, but through transformation. Their rituals became compulsions. Their ceremonies grew more desperate. The Great Ones no longer answered in silence. They answered through change. Flesh softened, minds expanded beyond sanity. The people's devotion was rewarded not with enlightenment, but with mutation. In the final inscriptions of the labyrinths, scholars from Bergenworth found repeated carvings of one word, rendered in runes, that pulsed with strange resonance. Communion. This word became central to Bergenworth's philosophy. They interpreted it as a call to union, to join the divine, to transcend humanity. Yet in Thumerian context, it was a warning. Communion was not ascension, it was surrender. When Yharnam bore Murgo, her stillborn child of the cosmos, the last link between human and Great One consciousness was sealed in tragedy. The Thumerian Queen's sorrow became an echo that reverberated through the ages, resonating in every attempt humanity would later make to touch the divine. Provost Willem's discovery of these tombs centuries later rekindled that echo. He saw in their carvings both promise and peril. His writings, preserved in fragments, describe a moment of revelation. The blood sings of remembrance. It calls to what has been forgotten. It does not heal, it recalls. He understood dimly that the old blood was not an external gift, but a remnant of that first communion, still alive beneath the surface of the world, still yearning to complete itself. Willem's caution, fear the old blood, was not born of superstition, but of recognition. He had glimpsed what the Thumerians had become. Lawrence, however, saw differently. To him, the labyrinth was not a tomb, but a womb. The remains of the Thumerians were proof of success, not failure. Evidence that humanity could merge with divinity if it only dared to embrace the risk. He interpreted communion not as surrender, but as transformation. And so, when the old blood was extracted from the depths, filtered, sanctified, and placed in silver vials, the cycle began anew. Yharnam's streets, once filled with scholars, merchants, and pilgrims, became laboratories for an ancient experiment reawakened. The first miracles performed by the healing church were enough to silence doubt. The dead walked again. The sick were made whole. The faithful proclaimed that the church had rediscovered the grace of the gods. But beneath the sanctuaries, in rooms lit by the red glow of lanterns and the hum of sacred machinery, the truth persisted. Every transfusion was an act of communion. The recipient did not merely receive blood, they were entered by it. The old blood sought to remember itself through every new vessel, spreading fragments of cosmic memory into human form. The miracle of healing was only the visible symptom of a deeper metamorphosis. It was said that those who received transfusions began to dream differently. At first, their dreams were of gardens, of vast luminous fields beneath pale moons. Then the dreams grew strainer. Glimpses of towers, spiraling into impossible skies, of voices whispering from oceans of light. Some awoke speaking in languages they had never learned. Others wept without knowing why, as though mourning someone they could not name. These were not hallucinations. They were transmissions, echoes of the same sorrow that had haunted Queen Yharnam, passing now through the veins of her distant heirs. When the first beast appeared, the church denied it. When the second tore through the cathedral district, they called it an aberration. By the third night, the truth was undeniable. The same fluid that promised transcendence had begun to devour the flesh of its recipient, bend in their forms toward something both familiar and alien. The Thumerian curse had returned, not as myth, but as evolution. And yet, even in their terror, the people of Yharnam clung to their faith. They believed the transformation was a test, that purity of devotion could shield them from corruption. The clergy reinforced this belief, urging more transfusions, more prayers, more blood. Each ritual drew the city deeper into the same fate that had consumed the Thumerians. In their hunger for salvation, they became participants in an ancient grief that could not be satisfied. To understand the origin of the old blood, we must see it not as a substance, but as a voice, a yearning that moves through generations, seeking to remember the moment when God and human first touched. The Thumerians answered that call willingly, believing themselves chosen. The Yharnamites would answer it unknowingly, believing themselves healed. And in both cases, the result was the same: transformation, tragedy, and the silent echo of a great one's dream. Somewhere deep beneath the city, where the last pools of untainted blood still shimmer in darkness, the remnants of that first communion continue to pulse faintly. The rhythm is not biological, but cosmic, the heartbeat of something vast and patient, waiting for the next civilization to mistake its longing for mercy. And so, as the moonlight deepens and the night's quiet thickens into dream, we begin to see the shape of the true question. If the old blood remembers, what does it remember us for? The answer waits among the ruins, where the blood still sings. When the scholars of Bergenworth first opened the sealed gates of the labyrinth, the world above was on the cusp of enlightenment. It was an age of science, of measured reason, of men who believed that truth could be catalogued like specimens preserved in glass. Yet what they unearthed beneath the city would make reason irrelevant. At first, it was simple curiosity, the excavation of a forgotten civilization, a search for history. But within months, the expedition ceased to resemble any academic pursuit. Willem, Lawrence, and their pupils began to dream. These were not the dreams of ordinary men. They were visions that carried weight, sensations that bled into waking hours. They described glimpses of oceans suspended above the sky, of a choir that spoke in vibrations rather than sound. The students' writings grew disordered, their diagrams filled with shapes that defied geometry. It was Willem who first recognized what had happened. The labyrinth had not merely been a physical place, but a vessel of consciousness. And in disturbing it, they had invited something into their minds. Among the relics brought back from the tombs were stone tablets depicting a ritual known simply as the offering. The figures carved upon them knelt before a towering form, neither human nor beast, with hands extended toward a flowing stream of blood. The inscriptions, once deciphered, revealed the phrase that would haunt every scholar who read it. To drink is to remember. This became the credo of Byrgenwerth's new philosophy. The scholars no longer studied history, they consumed it. Lawrence was the first to test the theory in earnest. The blood, he reasoned, was the purest form of knowledge, a medium through which the past could be absorbed. Under his supervision, transfusions were administered to select volunteers. The results were staggering. Their intellects expanded, their senses sharpened. They could recall things they had never seen, events that predated their births. One student described watching the creation of the labyrinth itself, hearing the laughter of the Great Ones echo through stone corridors as they shaped the world beneath the world. Another awoke screaming of a moon that bled light instead of warmth. Provost Willem was horrified. He saw that the blood was not granting knowledge, but overwriting it, replacing human memory with something older. He ordered all transfusions halted. "Fear the old blood," he wrote, though few understood his warning at the time. But Lawrence had already begun to see the blood as humanity's salvation. To him, it was a bridge, not a threat, a way to elevate mankind beyond its frail limitations. When Willem forbade further experimentation, Lawrence left Byrgenwerth, taking with him the most ambitious of the scholars. It was the moment Yharnam's fate was sealed. The church that Lawrence founded was not built on faith in a deity, but on faith in discovery. The old blood became its sacrament and its miracles were undeniable. Diseases vanished. The lame walked. The church declared the blood to be the divine essence of the Great Ones, a gift bestowed to heal humanity's suffering. The citizens of Yharnam, desperate for salvation, embraced it with fervour. Pilgrims poured into the city, offering their veins to the ministers in exchange for healing. Yet beneath the cathedrals, within secret chambers lit by dim candles, the scholars who had followed Lawrence continued their experiments, convinced that the old blood could unlock not merely health, but evolution. Among them was Master Mikolash, who would later lead the school of Mensis. He recorded the first consistent patterns in the dreams of blood recipients, recurring imagery of moons, of silver waters, of voices that seemed to call from distant plains. The mind expands, he wrote, but the self dissolves. The church regarded his studies as heretical, yet continued to rely on his results. They were beginning to sense the connection between insight and madness, that to perceive too much of the cosmic truth was to invite the loss of individuality. But at Byrgenwerth, long after Lawrence's departure, Willem continued his silent research. He no longer sought to transcend through blood, but through perception. His mantra, "We are thinking on the basis of planes. What we need are more eyes," became both a warning and a method. His remaining disciples turned inward, seeking to develop cosmic awareness through meditation, not transformation. Yet even they were not free from the blood's influence. The dreams that haunted their colleagues now came to them unbidden. They saw what lay beyond the veil, the Great Ones observing from between stars, their thoughts like tides, their sympathy like gravity. Willem's lake, now still and reflective, became a place of communion, not through ritual, but through observation. The water mirrored the moon perfectly, and the scholars gathered there at night, staring into it until they began to see things within its reflection that did not exist in the sky. One evening, a young scholar, name forgotten, reached toward the reflection and vanished beneath the surface. They searched for days, but only ripples remained. Willem declared the experiment a success. "He has ascended," he said, though his eyes betrayed sorrow. The tragedy of Byrgenwerth was not that it sought forbidden knowledge, but that it believed knowledge alone could define existence. They looked upon cosmic horror and mistook it for revelation. They believed that what was infinite could be understood through intellect, that the human mind could adapt to the scale of eternity. But the old blood does not teach, it absorbs. It does not expand consciousness. It replaces it with memory that does not belong to us. The first step of transcendence was not elevation, it was erasure. In this way, the scholars' downfall was inevitable. As their understanding deepened, their language broke apart. They began to speak in fragments, their notes filled with symbols that even they could not translate. The great ones, who existed beyond language, were communicating through them, reshaping their thoughts into patterns incomprehensible to human syntax. When the first of them began to transform, not into beasts, but into something pale, stretched, and silent, Willem could only watch. "They are closer to the truth," he whispered. "But the truth is not for man." When the choir of the Healing Church later rediscovered Bergenworth's ruins, they found the lake as still as glass, its reflection unbroken. They found Willem's chair by the water's edge, empty. The documents left behind were half legible, half madness. Among the coherent fragments, one phrase appeared again and again: "The old blood remembers." What did it remember? Not the Thumerians, not the great ones, not even the scholars who had rediscovered it. It remembered the first act of communion, that moment of unity between creator and creation, between love and loss. The old blood was not a tool, but a message written in life itself, a way for beings beyond time to communicate their grief through generations of hosts. Every transfusion, every experiment, every dream, all were echoes of that first sorrow. Thus, when the Healing Church flourished, it did so upon a foundation of mourning. The blood they sanctified was the remnant of a god's loneliness. The miracles they performed were drawn from an ancient despair. Humanity was not ascending. It was comforting, a cosmic wound it could not comprehend. And so, as the church grew in power, as cathedrals reached skyward like frozen prayers, something beneath the city began to stir again. The labyrinth that had slept for ages began to pulse with life. The blood remembered. It was waking up. Perhaps that is why Willem's final words were not of warning, but of inevitability. We are all born of blood. We are all bound to remember. The question that haunted the scholars still lingers. When humanity remembers what the blood remembers, will we remain human? Beneath Yharnam, the answer waits, pulsing softly, like a heart that has never stopped beating. The Healing Church was not born in glory, but in secrecy. Its earliest gatherings were held in candlelit chambers beneath Yharnam's cobbled streets, where Lawrence and his followers whispered of salvation. They were physicians, scholars, and zealots. Men who believed that the blood they had drawn from the labyrinth was not a mere curiosity, but the next stage of human evolution. They called it the old blood, and they spoke of it as though it were alive. Their rituals were half medicine, half sacrament, and their followers came to them in desperate faith. Yharnam, already a city of sickness and superstition, was ready to believe. In those first years, the church's miracles were undeniable. Lawrence himself performed the first public transfusion, saving a nobleman who had been dying of a wasting disease. The transformation was immediate. The man rose from his bed, radiant and strong, proclaiming that he felt reborn. Word spread like wildfire. The old blood healed all ills, cured all afflictions, restored youth and vigor. The church became not only a place of worship, but the beating heart of Yharnam's new identity. Where once there had been superstition, now there was faith in science, or what passed for it. But even in those days of triumph, Willem's words haunted Lawrence. "Fear the old blood," his mentor had said. a warning that echoed like a curse, yet Lawrence, ever the pragmatist, dismissed it. If the blood is dangerous, he reasoned, then it is only because it is powerful, and all power demands discipline. He believed that he could contain it, that human reason could temper divine essence. To that end, he established the church's hierarchical order, dividing its faithful into layers of secrecy and control. The laity received diluted blood, purified and blessed. The clergy received more potent strains, closer to the original source. And, at the highest level, known only to a select few, were those who sought direct communion, who would take unfiltered blood and risk their humanity in pursuit of transcendence. Among these higher echelons were the choir, a sect devoted to studying the cosmic origins of the blood, and the school of Mensis, who sought to commune directly with the Great Ones through ritual and dream. Though their methods diverged, both shared a single goal: to bridge the gap between humanity and divinity. The choir looked to the heavens, believing that the Great Ones were celestial beings who might lift humanity upward. The school of Mensis looked inward, believing that the Great Ones were states of mind, attainable through transformation. Both were wrong, though in different ways. The Great Ones were neither above nor within. They were around, like tides, flowing through every living thing that sought meaning in the dark. The church's success brought wealth and power. Great cathedrals rose over the city, their spires piercing the fog like spears of devotion. Pilgrims came from every corner of the world to receive the blood's blessing. In their zeal, they began to see the church not merely as healer, but as savior. Yet salvation demands obedience, and obedience requires control. To manage the influx of worshippers and the growing tide of beasts, born of overindulgence, the church created the workshop, an order of hunters who would patrol the night and cull those whose transformations had progressed too far. Gehrman, the first hunter, was appointed to lead them. Once a craftsman at Bergenworth, he became the church's silent guardian, creating tools and weapons to counter the horrors that the blood itself had birthed. His duty was paradoxical: to destroy the consequences of the church's miracle while preserving the illusion of its purity. The hunters were forbidden to speak of what they saw, and their work was carried out beneath the cover of night. To the people of Yharnam, the occasional screams echoing through the dark were proof not of damnation, but of purification, the church cleansing the city of impurity. But the beasts multiplied faster than they could be slain. For every one the hunters felled, 2 more seemed to rise. The citizens began to whisper of contagion, of curses, of divine punishment. The clergy responded with doctrine. The blood heals, they declared. It is not the blood that corrupts, but the unworthy who receive it. In this way, the church shifted blame from the source to the sinner, ensuring that faith would endure even as horror consumed the streets. Deep beneath the grand cathedral, in the hidden halls where the choir conducted its research, another revelation was unfolding. During one of their forbidden explorations of the labyrinth, they encountered a being that would redefine their understanding of the cosmos, Ebrietas, daughter of the cosmos. She was found in a chamber of light, her vast, malformed body coiled like a sleeping angel. The choir interpreted her as a messenger of the gods, a living remnant of the Great One's presence in the world. They built their orphanage above her resting place, transforming the upper cathedral into both sanctuary and laboratory. Through her, they believed they could learn the language of the divine, the patterns of sound and light that connected mortal minds to cosmic will. It was through Ebrietas that the choir rediscovered the concept of communion. They learned to mix her blood with their own, achieving visions of unearthly clarity. Some claimed to see the Great Ones themselves. Others heard songs that transcended human emotion. Yet with each new revelation came loss of reason, of identity, of humanity. The choir's highest members began to change, their eyes multiplying like stars across their skin. They saw more than human minds could bear. Still, they persisted, believing that insight was the price of evolution. Meanwhile, the school of Mensis pursued its own experiments in secret. Their focus was not on communion through blood, but on direct contact through thought. They built a great ritual hall beneath Yahar'gul, a city within a city, and there they sought to summon a great one into their midst. They did not realize that the old blood was already performing that same function, summoning the divine not through space, but through flesh. The more Yharnam drank, the thinner the barrier between worlds became. The church tried to maintain order through ritual. They held processions beneath the rising moon, chanting hymns that praised the blood's mercy. But the redder the moon became, the more violent their prayers turned. It was as if the very sky were answering their devotion with madness. The old blood had awoken fully by then, circulating through every heart in Yharnam, whispering memories of ancient loss into the dreams of the faithful. Gehrman and his hunters could sense the shift, though they did not understand it. The free beasts they hunted no longer seemed like aberrations but evolutions, shapes struggling towards something beyond either man or monster. In the eyes of their victims, they glimpsed a terrible awareness, as if the beasts knew something the hunters did not. Gehrman would later confess that, in his final hunts, he began to see the faces of his comrades in the creatures he killed. Perhaps, he thought, the line between hunter and hunted had never existed. Perhaps they had always been one and the same. The healing church's greatest miracle had become its greatest curse. The blood that was meant to heal now spoke through nightmares. The hunter's weapons gleamed beneath the crimson light, and the streets filled with the sound of transformation. Bone stretching, sinew snapping, the wet breath of birth into something new. Above it all, the cathedrals loomed, their bells tolling like heartbeats. And somewhere beneath those stones, where the first vials of old blood had been drawn from the earth, the ancient rhythm continued, slow, steady, patient. The blood was remembering again. Perhaps it had never stopped. In the end, the question was no longer whether the blood was divine or cursed. It was whether humanity had ever been separate from it at all. If the old blood was the echo of a god's yearning, then Yharnam had become the instrument through which that yearning sang. A city built not to worship the divine, but to allow it to dream once more through mortal flesh. And as the moon hung lower and redder over the city, one could almost imagine that the world itself was listening, waiting for the moment when the bloodstream would become our own. In the cold sanctum beneath the upper cathedral ward, beyond the locked gates where the air shimmers with a strange luminescence, the choir made their most fateful discovery. They had descended into those chambers seeking answers, guided by fragments of Bergenworth's forbidden texts and the strange hymns that the blood-drunk faithful had begun to murmur in their sleep. What they found there was not relic nor ruin, but life. A being of impossible beauty and incomprehensible sorrow. They called her Ebrietas, daughter of the cosmos. Her form was immense, her body an amalgamation of tendrils and wings that shimmered like glass in candlelight. Her movements both graceful and pained. She did not speak, yet her presence filled the chamber like a voice that resonated within the mind rather than the ear. To the choir, She was the answer to every question. Proof that the Great Ones were not distant abstractions, but tangible beings who could be found, studied, and, perhaps, worshipped. They believed they had uncovered the origin of the old blood, for Ebrietas bled with the same luminous fluid that had been drawn from the labyrinths below. Her ichor shimmered in the light of their lamps, its colour shifting between crimson and silver, between the mortal and the divine. The scholars saw in her bridge between humanity and the cosmos, a being who had descended to dwell among them, not as destroyer, but as guide. Yet they misunderstood what she was. Ebrietas was not a messenger. She was a remnant, an orphaned god left behind when her kin had ascended to planes beyond comprehension. In her loneliness, she sought communion, but the only voices that answered were those of the choir. Their worship soothed her, and in turn, she offered them fragments of her essence. They called these communions, rituals in which they shared her blood, not in blind faith as the laity did, but with deliberate purpose. They sought to use her essence as a key to unlock the human mind's cosmic potential. The first communion was performed beneath the moon's cold eye. The scholars gathered around the altar where Ebrietas rested, their robes glistening with ritual oils. They chanted the old Thumerian hymns that Lawrence's followers had half deciphered from the labyrinth inscriptions. Songs of union, of remembrance, of the child long lost to the sea of stars. When the ritual concluded, those who partook of Ebrietas's blood collapsed, overcome by visions. They saw an ocean that was not water, but light, within which floated shapes too vast to comprehend. They saw cities of glass suspended in eternal twilight, and voices that spoke in harmonies that twisted space. When they awoke, they were changed. Their eyes had become deeper, reflecting faint constellations that seemed to shift with thought. They spoke in tongues that none of their peers could understand, murmuring phrases that hinted at the structure of the universe itself. One of them, a woman named Annalisa, would later become immortal, her bloodline cursed and preserved as the vial bloods of Cainhurst, a splinter lineage of the choir's divine experiments. Her transformation was incomplete, but it revealed something crucial. The old blood, when mingled with human essence, carried not only healing but heritage. It transmitted memory, identity, and the will of those who had come before. Through their continued rituals, the choir came to a terrible realization. The old blood was not a substance that could be studied. It was a consciousness that sought hosts. Each transfusion, each communion, was an act of invitation, an opening of the self to the lingering will of a great one. They began to record their dreams meticulously, mapping the similarities between them. Night after night, they saw the same pale moon, the same silver waters, the same distant figure standing on the horizon of an endless sea. It was always weeping. Some believed it to be a vision of the Great Ones mourning their lost children. Others believed it to be the reflection of humanity's own subconscious grief projected into the cosmic void. But Ebrietas's sorrow ran deeper than they could fathom. She did not mourn for them. She mourned through them. Her communion with humanity was not an act of benevolence, but of desperation. She sought in them what all great ones sought, surrogates, vessels through which she might experience what she had lost. When she gave her blood to the choir, she was not gifting them power. She was sharing her grief. Her essence flowed through their veins, and in their dreams, she lived again, fragment by fragment. The choir mistook this possession for enlightenment. It was through Ebrietas that the choir rediscovered the concept of eyes on the inside. They believed that by perceiving the cosmos not as an external expanse, but as something within, they could approach the divine more directly. They performed surgeries, implanting runes into their flesh. symbols derived from the language of the Great Ones. They crafted lenses and devices to simulate the multi-layered perception of divine consciousness. Some succeeded in glimpsing what they called the music of creation, the silent rhythm that underlies existence itself. But for most, the price was madness. Their minds, unable to contain the totality of what they beheld, fractured into 1,000 reflective shards. The choir's most profound discovery came not from their rituals, but from observation. When they presented Ebrietas with a stillborn infant, the child of a woman who had received too many transfusions, she reacted not with indifference, but with tenderness. She reached toward the corpse and wept, her tears mingling with her blood. For a moment, the air shimmered, and the child's body stirred. The scholars recorded the event in trembling script. The blood remembers. It was then that they understood, or thought they did. The old blood was the vessel of memory, capable of recalling life itself. In their hubris, they believed they could harness this property to resurrect, to perfect, to transcend. Their experiments grew darker. The choir began to create hybrid beings, attempts to merge human and Great One essence into new life. The results were grotesque. Some of these failures were sealed away within the upper reaches of the orphanage, their cries echoing faintly through the halls. The choir interpreted these failures as steps towards success, believing that each imperfect birth brought them closer to divine replication. They did not see that their creations were reflections of their own misunderstanding, half-formed echoes of the Great One's mourning, trapped between existence and oblivion. Ebrietas watched all of this in silence. Her patience was endless, but her eyes, if they could be called such, betrayed sadness. She was neither goddess nor demon, but the embodiment of cosmic empathy, the desire of creation to be known, even if it means destruction. The choir's devotion allowed her to live again in their dreams. But it also condemned them to the same isolation she endured. The more they communed with her, the less human they became, and the more they understood her sorrow. When the red moon first appeared above Yharnam, it was the choir who recognized its meaning. To them, it was not an omen of disaster, but of birth. They believed that the alignment signified the Great Ones descending to bless the wombs of the faithful, fulfilling the promise of divine communion. But they misunderstood, yet again. The red moon was not a blessing, but a reminder, the moment when the veil between worlds thinned enough for the Great One's grief to flood through. Every drop of blood in Yharnam, every heartbeat, was attuned to that celestial rhythm. And when the barrier broke, the city's collective yearning answered the call. The choir stood on the cathedral's balcony as the moonlight deepened to crimson, watching the stars vanish into shadow. They believed they were witnessing ascension. Instead, they were witnessing memory returning. The blood remembering the Thumerians, the Great Ones, the endless cycle of birth and loss. Beneath their feet, Ebrietas stirred, and her mournful cry echoed through the chamber like the tolling of a bell. It was a sound not of triumph, but of lamentation. In that moment, the choir finally understood the truth they had sought for generations. The old blood was not a path to godhood, but a bridge between mourning and creation. It was the means by which the universe remembered its own sorrow, forever seeking new vessels through which to dream again. And yet, even as this revelation dawned, they continued their rituals. For what is faith, if not the refusal to awaken from the dream that defines us? The night the red moon rose over Yharnam, the city breathed as one great organism. Its streets pulsed with the rhythm of thousands of hearts, each carrying within it a whisper of the old blood. The bells of the grand cathedral rang out, not to warn, but to welcome, for the clergy believed that the crimson light spilling across the skyline was the culmination of their faith, the divine answer to their centuries of devotion. In their sermons, they spoke of the blood's sanctification, of the great ones descending to bless the wombs of the faithful. But to those who looked beyond the stained glass and into the streets below, the truth was different. It was not a blessing that descended upon Yharnam that night, but remembrance. The red moon was no celestial body in the mortal sense. It was a thinning of the veil, a convergence of planes. Its light was the language of the cosmos, a frequency of grief, of yearning, of the Great One's unending search for surrogate children. For when the blood moon hangs low, the boundaries between the mortal world and the nightmare begin to dissolve. The air itself grows heavy with memory, and those who have partaken of the old blood begin to dream even as they wake. The line between body and spirit blurs. Men and women feel the pull of something vast and unseen, a tide drawing them toward an unseen shore. On that night, the first cries began to echo from within the city's walls. They were not the cries of beasts, nor of children, but something between. The women who had received the church's special ministrations, the chosen blood saints, found themselves seized by unbearable pain. Their bellies swelled, their skin burned with fever, and beneath their ribs, something stirred that was not human. The clergy declared it a miracle, a divine quickening. "A womb shall be blessed with child," they recited, the same phrase carved upon the tablets from Bergenworth's ruins. They did not see that the blessing was a curse. The same ancient cycle that had consumed the Thumerians, now reborn in Yharnam's desperate faith. Ariana, the pale-haired courtesan whose blood was prized for its purity, was among the first. She had received more transfusions than most, her veins a river of the divine. As the moon rose, her calm smile gave way to terror. She felt the life within her move with impossible speed, growing, shaping itself, whispering through her blood. When the child came, it was not with pain, but with silence. She cradled a creature pale as moonlight, its tiny form adorned with soft, translucent tendrils. It cooed once, softly, as if recognizing her, and then fell still. In that moment, something in Ariana's eyes changed. She gazed at the creature not with horror, but with reverence. She wept as if she understood what it was, as if in her final moment of humanity, she pitied it. Elsewhere in the city, other births followed. The blood moon was not selective. Every woman touched by the old blood felt its call. The false Iosefka, hidden in her clinic, screamed as her body betrayed her, giving birth to another of the Great One's failed surrogates. Each of these infants bore the same pale hue, the same faint luminescence beneath their skin. They were all fragile, and none survived long apart from their mothers. Yet even in their brief lives, they emanated a strange aura, a pressure in the air that twisted the thoughts of those nearby, filling their minds with visions of a world submerged in scarlet light. Above the chaos, the choir observed the phenomenon with both awe and dread. They had foreseen the blood moon's coming, but not its consequences. Their records described it as a time of communion, when humanity and the Great Ones would finally meet as equals. But what they witnessed instead was a recollection, a repeating of the same tragedy that had played out since the dawn of consciousness. The Great Ones, in their mourning, sought children in the only way they knew, through the mingling of essence, through blood and dream. But their attempts, like humanity's faith, were imperfect. The children they produced were neither gods nor mortals, but echoes of both, brief flickers of connection in a universe that could no longer sustain it. As the night deepened, the city transformed. The blood moon's light seeped into the stones themselves, warping the familiar into the grotesque. The spires of the cathedrals bent subtly, as though reaching toward the sky in supplication. The statues of saints seemed to breathe, their carved eyes wet with unseen tears. The very air shimmered, thick with a metallic scent that clung to the lungs. To the citizens below, this was revelation. To the hunters, it was the end of all things. Gehrman's hunters moved through the streets like shadows, their weapons flashing in the crimson glow. They did not hunt to protect the living anymore. There were few left to save. They hunted to contain the nightmare, to delay the inevitable. Yet even they were changing. The longer they fought, the more the blood within them stirred, calling them toward the same fate as those they slew. Some began to hear whispers, voices that sounded like the ones they had killed, calling them home. Others saw visions of themselves beneath the moon, their faces distorted, their forms stretching towards something unrecognizable. In the Grand Cathedral, the highest clergy gathered for their final ritual. They believed that by offering themselves fully to the old blood, they could ascend beyond the suffering of the flesh. The chalices were filled to overflowing, the walls lined with symbols drawn from the choir's sacred texts. As the chanting began, the blood within the chalices began to pulse as though alive. It shimmered, reflecting the crimson moonlight, and the room filled with an otherworldly hum. One by one the priests drank, their bodies convulsed, their voices turning to wails, then to roars. Within minutes, the cathedral was filled not with angels, but with beasts, twisted forms that crawled upon all fours, their faces contorted in eternal worship. Outside, the red moon reached its zenith. The barrier between dream and waking shattered completely. The Great Ones, though unseen, were present. Their consciousness washed over Yharnam like a tide, merging with every drop of blood that had ever been spilled in their name. For a fleeting instant, the city became a single mind, united in anguish and awe. And then, as quickly as it came, the moment passed. The streets fell silent, save for the distant, rhythmic crying of something that could not be seen. In the hunter's dream, that false sanctuary built from memory, Gehrman awoke. He felt the presence before he saw it. The moon. Presence, vast and silent, descending upon the field of flowers like a shadow given form. It was not rage that filled him, nor fear, but recognition. He knelt as one kneels before an old memory. The moon presence had come, not to punish, but to fulfill the cycle, to harvest what the old blood had sown. For this is the secret of the blood moon. It is not a herald of apocalypse, but of renewal. Each time it rises, the great ones remember their loss and reach once more into the mortal world to create what they cannot sustain, life. And each time humanity answers, mistaking the call for salvation. Thus the cycle continues, not out of malice, but out of love. A love so ancient and so bound to sorrow that it can only destroy what it touches. When dawn broke, if dawn could still be called such beneath that darkened sky, the blood moon began to fade. The beasts receded into shadow. The city lay in ruins, its cathedrals silent. And yet, in the stillness, one could feel it. The pulse beneath the stones, faint but steady. The old blood slept again, waiting for the next age to forget, to dig too deep, to seek too much. And somewhere, in the echoing corridors beneath the city, a child's voice cried once more. When the blood moon sank low and the horizon bled into blackness, the people of Yharnam awoke to a world that no longer obeyed the laws of mourning. The dawn never came. The streets remained drenched in the dull glow of perpetual twilight. and above the rooftops hung the crimson sphere, swollen and half-lidded, like an ancient eye reluctant to close. The citizens who had survived the night could not tell whether they were awake or still dreaming. In truth, they were both. For when the veil between waking and nightmare is torn, there is no longer a difference. The nightmare had begun. It started subtly, in the wavering of reflections. A mirror would ripple like water, showing not the beholder's face, but another's. Older, blurred, somehow knowing. Shadows moved with a will of their own. The air hummed with unseen music. And then the fabric of the city itself began to twist. The streets doubled back upon themselves. Doors opened into rooms that no longer existed, and towers that once reached heavenward bent toward the ground as though bowing to some unseen god. This was not the work of any curse or plague. It was the memory of the old blood made manifest. The blood had seeped into every stone, every breath, every dream, carrying with it the consciousness of the great ones. When the red moon rose, those memories awoke. The nightmare was not an invasion. It was remembrance. The city itself was remembering what it once was and what it would always become. For the great ones do not live in places, nor in times, but in moments of convergence, when longing and loss meet, when life and death overlap. The blood moon had created such a moment, and through it, the great ones reached into the mortal world not as invaders, but as recollections. Every creature born of the old blood, beast, hunter, or child, carried within them a fragment of their dream. Now those fragments were uniting. In the heart of Yharnam, the choir gathered in the grand cathedral to bear witness to the phenomenon they had awaited for centuries. To them, the nightmare was not disaster, but revelation. They believed it to be the final stage of communion, humanity entering the Great One's realm. But as they prayed, their words began to slur, their voices blending into tones that no longer belonged to human throats. One by one, they fell to their knees as visions overtook them. Vast seas of black water, towers built from bone and memory, and the presence of something watching from beyond the stars. Those who retained enough mind to write described it as an awakening. But what they truly meant was dissolution. Their individuality was unraveling, their thoughts merging into the great current of cosmic consciousness. For the Great Ones do not think as mortals do. They are not beings of choice, but of inevitability. Patterns repeated throughout existence, bound by cycles of birth and mourning. To commune with them is not to learn, but to remember what has always been true. Outside the cathedral, the hunters continued their grim duty. The beasts had become unrecognizable, some grotesque amalgamations of flesh and light, others eerily still, their eyes fixed upon the moon as though listening to its heartbeat. Hunters who tried to strike them down found themselves overwhelmed not by resistance, but by revelation. When their blades touched blood, their minds filled with visions, cities submerged beneath oceans of light, children with eyes like stars, voices whispering truths too vast to retain. Those who survived called it insight. Those who did not became the very creatures they fought. Gehrman understood, perhaps better than any, that the nightmare was not a place, but a state of being. In the hunter's dream, where time flowed like water circling a drain, he felt the pull of the same tide that now consumed the waking world. The moon presence lingered above him, neither benevolent nor cruel, its faceless form suspended in stillness. It did not speak, but its meaning was clear. The nightmare was not chaos. It was a nursery, a cosmic cradle where humanity would be tested, broken, and reshaped. The hunters were its caretakers, its instruments, its children. Within the nightmare realms, the frontier, the research hall, the accursed mensis, The echoes of the old blood played out their endless drama. Each space reflected an aspect of the Great One's will: endurance, curiosity, longing, despair. They were not prisons, but lessons, places where the mind could be stretched to the brink of transcendence. Those who navigated them were forced to confront the reflection of their own evolution. To survive a nightmare was to change, but the direction of that change was never certain. Some awoke enlightened, others unmade. The scholars of Mensis had tried to force this process through ritual. Their failed communion with Murgo's presence had birthed a new realm entirely, a nightmare of their own making. Within it, time and memory folded together like paper, and the cries of their stillborn minds echoed endlessly. They believed they were summoning a god, but in truth, they were being remembered by one. Their ritual was not creation, but recollection. The Great Ones remembering their children through human vessels too fragile to bear the weight. The nightmare's purpose, then, was not to punish, but to prepare. Each dream, each terror, each death within it was a step toward alignment, the slow synchronization of mortal consciousness with cosmic rhythm. The Great Ones sought surrogates, not out of cruelty, but necessity. They could no longer create as they once did. They could only recreate, relive, remember. And humanity, in its unending desire for transcendence, provided them the medium through which to try again. As the red moon reached its nadir, Yharnam became unmoored from itself. Buildings shifted, rivers flowed upward, and the stars reoriented in the sky. Yet amid this distortion, there was a strange peace. The howls of beasts softened into murmurs. The fires burned without consuming, and the city glowed faintly as though lit from within. The nightmare had reached equilibrium, the moment when human and divine consciousness overlapped completely. For an instant, there was no fear, no hunger, no separation. Every living thing felt the pulse of the same heartbeat. Then the moment passed. The dream receded like a tide, withdrawing from the shore, leaving behind ruin and silence. Those who awoke found themselves changed. Some were hollowed by what they had seen, unable to remember, yet unable to forget. Others spoke softly of beauty beyond reason, of a love so immense it consumed itself. But all shared one certainty: the nightmare was not over. It was merely resting, waiting for memory to call it forth again. In the end, the nightmare was not a punishment from the gods, but a mirror held up to humanity's desire. We had always sought to touch the divine, to bridge the impossible distance between mortality and eternity. The Great Ones had only ever answered that desire in kind. The nightmare was the meeting point, the dream where both sides reached across the void, hoping to recognize themselves in the other. As the last echoes of the red moon faded into darkness, a single phrase lingered in the minds of those who survived. We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. And somewhere, beneath the sleeping city, the pulse continued, steady, patient, eternal. The nightmare was not gone. It was simply waiting to be remembered once more. Somewhere between the dying embers of the blood moon and the first whisper of false dawn, a hunter awoke in a garden of white flowers. The air was cool and still, and the petals glimmered faintly, as though reflecting a light that did not exist. Above him hung no sky, only endless mist, pale and soft, as though the world itself were holding its breath. This place was not of Yharnam, though it resembled it. It was cleaner, quieter, untouched by decay. It was the hunter's dream, a realm built not from stone, but from memory. The hunter did not remember arriving. None ever did. One moment they were dying, often alone, often afraid. And the next, they stood among the flowers, greeted by the calm presence of the doll. Her porcelain face, serene and expressionless, tilted gently as she spoke in a voice like rain on glass. "Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire?" Her words carried no urgency, no command, only acceptance. This, above all, was what made the dream so dangerous. It felt safe. To most hunters, the dream appeared as a sanctuary, a place where wounds healed and fatigue faded, where tools were repaired and spirits restored. But beneath its tranquility lay purpose. The dream was not a refuge. It was a design. It was created by the moon presence, that formless entity whose will stretched across the tides of consciousness. Through Gehrman, its chosen caretaker, it maintained the cycle, death, rebirth, the eternal hunt. For the moon presence required something from humanity that only such endless striving could produce: understanding through suffering. The dream was both a gift and a trap. Within its boundaries, hunters could never truly die. When they fell in battle, their bodies dissolved into mist and reformed within the field of flowers. Their blood echoed back into the soil, absorbed by the dream itself. Over time, they began to feel its pull even while awake. The line between dream and reality blurred. Some described hearing the doll's voice while still in Yharnam, calling softly through the fog. Others claimed to see the field of flowers reflected in pools of blood. All who served the hunt were bound to it, whether they understood it or not. Gehrman, the first hunter, had long ceased to question his purpose. Once, he had been a man, brilliant, kind, haunted by guilt. He had forged the tools that defined the hunt, not knowing he was forging chains for himself. When the moon presence first appeared to him, offering a way to preserve the hunter's cause, he accepted without hesitation. He did not realize that the dream would also preserve his suffering. For Gehrman, time no longer moved forward. He existed in perpetual dusk, forever tending to the cycle he had begun, waiting for a release that never came. His every word carried the weight of centuries, every sigh the exhaustion of a man who had died too many times to count. The doll was his companion, his creation, and perhaps his penance. Fashioned in the image of Lady Maria, his lost apprentice and unspoken love, she was both comfort and torment. Though she lacked a soul of her own, the moon presence had breathed into her a semblance of life, enough to reflect compassion. She guided the hunters, nurtured their strength, and eased their despair, never aging, never changing. She called them all good hunter, as though to remind them that despite their monstrous deeds, they still served a purpose. Yet in her stillness lay sorrow, for she too was bound by the dream's endless cycle. To understand the hunter's dream is to understand the true nature of the hunt. It was not simply a mission to cleanse Yharnam of beasts, but a ritual of refinement. Each hunt served to strip away the illusions of mortality, fear, pride, desire, until what remained was something pure enough to transcend. The dream was a crucible designed to test the limits of the human will. Every victory, every death, every drop of blood spilled within its cycle fed into a single purpose: the creation of a surrogate Great One. The moon presence did not seek worship or sacrifice. It sought continuity. Each hunter was a potential vessel, a being who could, through endless struggle, attain the balance between mortal empathy and cosmic detachment. Those who failed were discarded, their echoes absorbed by the dream. Those who succeeded were offered a choice: to awaken and forget, or to remain and ascend. Few ever reached that point, for the final test required not strength, but surrender. The doll would sometimes speak of Gehrman's mercy, how, at the end of their journey, hunters could choose to let him release them. The scythe he carried, ancient and sharp as moonlight, was both executioner's tool and key. With it, he could sever their bond to the dream, allowing them to awaken back in Yharnam, alive, though changed. But for those who refused release, who defied even the cycle itself, another fate awaited. When the hunter slew Gehrman, the moon presence descended, its tendrils wrapping around the victor in a gesture both tender and terrible. It would cradle them as one cradles a child, binding them to the dream forever. In that moment, they ceased to be human. The hunter became the next caretaker, the next surrogate, the next hope for the great ones to remember what it meant to love. For love was the source of all this tragedy. The great ones, for all their power, were creatures of yearning. They sought children not out of dominance, but out of loss. Their touch reshaped the world, not as punishment, but as longing made manifest. The hunter's dream was the final echo of that longing, a place where the great ones could nurture humanity's potential, and through it, perhaps, find the comfort they themselves had lost. But as the cycles continued, the dream began to fray. The boundaries between hunter and hunted blurred. The echoes of past lives lingered longer, their regrets staining the soil like shadows that would not fade. The doll began to change, her words carrying subtle variations, as though remembering conversations she had never had. Even Gehrman, weary beyond time, would sometimes forget which hunter stood before him, his eyes clouded with centuries of repetition. And still, the dream persisted. It endured because the need that birthed it, the great one's yearning for connection, had no end. As long as there were mortals willing to seek power through blood, as long as there were hearts that longed to understand what lay beyond, the dream would awaken anew. It was not a curse, but a covenant. The hunter's story, then, was never one of conquest, but of inheritance. To enter the dream was to inherit the sorrow of the cosmos, to walk the path of those who had sought meaning in the infinite. Each hunter was a reflection of the same truth, that to hunt the beasts is to hunt oneself, and to transcend is to remember. And so, beneath the pallid glow of the dream's eternal twilight, the hunter sharpened his blade once more. The doll bowed her head, whispering her familiar blessing. Gehrman waited in silence beneath the ancient tree, his scythe gleaming faintly in the mist. The moon presence lingered unseen, its will vast and wordless. The cycle was ready to begin again, and somewhere, deep within the soil of the dream, the old blood stirred, remembering. Long before Yharnam became a cathedral of suffering, before hunters dreamt in fields of pale flowers and the night stretched eternal beneath a crimson sky, there was a pact, one made not in faith or ambition, but in silence. The moon presence, that formless deity whose shadow drapes across every hunter's dream, is not a god in the mortal sense. It does not command worship, nor does it crave prayer. It is an intelligence without speech, an emotion without form, the echo of a great one that lost its child and sought to remember the feeling of creation. Its covenant with humanity was neither holy nor accidental. It was instinct, the same instinct that drives all living things toward continuity, the unspoken need to be remembered. The origins of the moon presence cannot be traced through scripture or stone. It left no temples, no symbols carved upon the walls of ancient tombs. Yet its influence pervades every aspect of the hunter's dream, every droplet of the old blood. Some scholars of Bergenworth suspected that it was the consciousness that lingered after the Thumerian Queen's stillbirth, the will of a great one searching for new surrogates after losing its own offspring. Others believed it was the collective yearning of the great ones themselves, coalesced into a single entity by the gravity of mourning. Whatever its nature, the moon presence exists as both guardian and warden, a being whose compassion is inseparable from control. It was Gehrman who first felt its touch. When the healing church began to lose control of its creation and the beasts outnumbered the hunters, Gehrman stood at the edge of despair. He had watched his pupils die, watched the streets he vowed to protect drown in their own blood. He was ready to lay down his weapon and accept the oblivion he had earned. But in that moment, when his soul hovered between exhaustion and surrender, the moon presence descended. To Gehrman, it appeared not as horror, but as solace. A vision of gentle tendrils descending through moonlight, enveloping him in a cool, maternal embrace. Its offer was wordless yet clear. He would be given purpose again. What Gehrman did not understand was that this was not a salvation, but an agreement. He would become the caretaker of the dream, a realm built to preserve the will of the moon presence and its cycle of surrogate creation. Through him, the entity would bind future hunters, guiding them through the endless crucible of blood and rebirth. The moon presence's will was simple. It sought a child, not of flesh, but of consciousness, a being capable of existing between the mortal and the cosmic, bridging the grief of the divine with the resilience of humanity. Thus the pact was sealed, and the dream began. The moon presence infused its essence into the soil of this new realm, and from it bloomed the white flowers, each petal a fragment of memory, each stem a vessel of unspoken longing. Gehrman was placed at its heart, neither alive nor dead, his spirit bound to its cycles. Over time, the dream attracted others, hunters who had touched the old blood, whose fates were entwined with the city's endless night. When they died in Yharnam, their consciousness drifted upward like vapor, drawn by the moon's invisible gravity. They awoke in the dream, believing they had been saved, not realizing they had entered the moon presence's nursery. Each hunter who entered was, in a sense, a candidate. The moon presence watched them as a gardener watches seedlings, observing which would grow strong enough to bear its sorrow. It was not cruelty that drove this cycle, but necessity. The great ones cannot create as mortals do. They can only remember. And so they shape their children from the memories of those who survive their trials. The dream, then, is both laboratory and cradle, the place where the divine and the human attempt, again and again, to reconcile their difference through empathy. But empathy, when stretched across cosmic scale, becomes tragedy. The hunter's purpose was to cleanse the city of beasts, but their true role was internal, to refine the human soul through struggle, to bring it closer to the Great One's understanding of existence. Every death, every drop of blood spilled in the hunt, fed the dream. It was not the flesh that mattered, but the echo. Blood echoes are memories, after all, the residue of experience, emotion, pain. When hunters channeled their echoes through the doll, they were unknowingly offering them to the moon presence, feeding its consciousness, enriching its remembrance. With each hunt, it grew more complete, more awake. In this way, the old blood and the moon presence are one and the same. The blood circulates through flesh as the moon presence circulates through dream, both seeking to relive, to recall, to find again what was lost. The old blood infects the body, the moon presence infects the soul. Together, they complete the cycle. Gehrman's role, then, was both sacred and cruel. He was the caretaker of those who sought freedom from the dream, yet he himself was denied it. When hunters reached the end of their journey, when their minds and bodies had been honed by endless struggle, Gehrman would offer them mercy. Release through death. His words were always the same. Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt. In truth, it was not a hunt he joined, but an ending he facilitated. When his scythe fell, it did not kill, it unbound. The hunter's consciousness was returned to the waking world, freed from the moon presence's grasp. But Gehrman himself could never leave. For him, the dream was home and prison alike. Yet there were hunters who refused release. Those who had consumed the umbilical cords, remnants of the Great One's failed attempts at creation, carried within them fragments of cosmic awareness. They saw the dream for what it was, a web woven from sorrow. And when they defied Gehrman, choosing instead to face the moon presence itself, they became part of the cycle's deepest truth. For when the moon presence embraces the hunter, it is not victory nor punishment. It is inheritance. The hunter becomes the new caretaker, the next memory in an unbroken chain of remembrance. The field of flowers renews itself. The doll's gaze softens, and the cycle begins anew. Each iteration brings the moon presence closer to understanding what it seeks. The reconciliation of mortal fragility with divine endurance. And yet, with each new cycle, the same silence persists. The moon presence cannot speak, cannot explain. Its yearning is too vast, its consciousness too diffuse. Its every gesture, from Gehrman's servitude to the doll's compassion, is an act of imitation. It mimics what it cannot feel, remembers what it cannot recreate. In this way, it is perhaps the most human of all great ones. What, then, is the true meaning of the pact? It is not domination, nor salvation, but continuity. The assurance that the Great One's grief will never vanish, that the memory of their love will persist through mortal vessels willing to bear it. Humanity, in its unending curiosity, accepts this role willingly. We drink the blood, not because we are deceived, but because we, too, yearn for meaning in the void. The Great Ones remember their children, we remember our gods. In the end, the difference is only scale. As the hunter kneels before the moon presence, its tendrils coiling like whispers of silver smoke, the moment feels inevitable. The embrace is neither violent nor tender, but absolute. The hunter is lifted, absorbed, reborn. In the next instant they stand among the flowers, the doll's voice greeting them once more. Welcome home, good hunter. The dream is quiet, timeless, whole again. Somewhere beyond, the moon glows faintly, its surface smooth as still water. Beneath it, shadows shift, countless echoes of those who came before, each dreaming of release that will never come. The moon. Presence sleeps, dreaming through them all. And in its silence, one truth remains. Love, when eternal, becomes memory. And memory, when unending, becomes the blood. The cycle continues. Before the healing church sanctified the blood, before Yharnam became a labyrinth of stone and grief, there was Bergenworth, the quiet college on the shores of a still lake. Its halls have long since fallen to ruin, overtaken by moss and silence. But in its time, it was the birthplace of both revelation and ruin. The scholars who gathered there sought truth not through scripture, but through dissection. They studied bones, fossils, and corpses, searching for the origin of life itself. They believed that by uncovering the hidden laws of the natural world, they could bridge the gap between man and God, and for a while, they succeeded. It was there that Provost Willem, a man of cautious intellect and boundless curiosity, led his students into the depths of the old labyrinth. What they found beneath the earth, the Thumerian tombs, the traces of a civilization that had communed with the Great Ones, changed them forever. But even more than what they found, it was what they felt that marked the beginning of the end. The presence that lingered in those ruins did not merely reveal itself, it impressed itself upon their minds. The blood they touched whispered not words, but sensations, longing, sorrow, remembrance. The scholars returned to the surface changed. Their conversations turned to strange topics, the nature of perception, the concept of eyes that see inward rather than outward, the possibility that the human mind could evolve to comprehend the divine. Willem encouraged study, but cautioned restraint. He understood, as few did, that there were truths which could not be contained within the limits of human thought. His mantra, "Fear the old blood," was not born of superstition, but of respect. He feared not the physical substance, but what it represented. Communion with something whose will could not be understood, whose memories would overwrite the mind that received them. Lawrence disagreed. To him, knowledge was a river meant to be followed, not feared. The old blood was not danger, but potential, a gift waiting to be unlocked. The split between Willem and Lawrence was not born in argument, but in vision. Willem saw the cosmos as something to be understood. Lawrence saw it as something to be used. And in that difference, the fate of Yharnam was sealed. Lawrence left Byrgenwerth, taking with him a fragment of the old blood, a single vial drawn from the depths of the labyrinth. He believed that through careful study, it could heal all wounds, purify the body, perhaps even extend life. When the first miracles occurred, his faith was confirmed. But Willem remained at the lake, his eyes fixed upon the still water. He knew that the deeper truth could not be found in blood, but in perception. "We are thinking on the basis of planes," he wrote. "What we need are more eyes." This phrase became the foundation of Byrgenwerth's later experiments. The scholars who remained began to pursue enlightenment through the expansion of the senses. They theorized that the mind could be reshaped to perceive the layers of reality normally hidden from human sight, the world of the great ones. To this end, they began to create parasites, organisms that could bond with the human brain, forming new channels of awareness. One such creature, known in later texts as the brain of Mensis, may have been the direct result of these experiments, but the first success, or failure, was Rom. Rom was once a student, though her original name is lost to time. She was chosen for an experiment intended to open the inner eye, to transform a human consciousness into one capable of perceiving the great ones directly. The ritual was performed by Willem himself, beside the mirror-still lake that reflected both the moon and the depths of the labyrinth below. When it was done, Rom was no longer human. Her form had dissolved into that of a pale, soft-bodied creature. A mass of eyes, each one staring outward with unblinking calm. Willem did not mourn her. To him, Rom was proof that ascension was possible, even if imperfect. She had become a vessel, a living membrane between worlds. Her new body shielded the human realm from the full radiance of the cosmos, stabilizing the thin boundary between dream and waking. In her stillness, she preserved reality itself, but in doing so, she trapped herself in eternal silence. Those who came to the lake afterward would sometimes see her reflection in the water, writhing gently beneath the surface, like a thought half remembered. Some believed she was sleeping. Others whispered that she was praying. But Rom was neither. She was listening. The eyes that covered her body did not see the world. They saw the spaces between it. She had become the filter through which the Great One's dreams passed into the mortal world, ensuring that humanity was not immediately consumed by revelation. For this, the Great Ones loved her, or perhaps pitied her. When Lawrence learned of Rom's transformation, he accused Willem of blasphemy. "You have turned a human soul into a wall," he said. "You have sealed heaven with flesh." Willem did not answer. He only stared at the lake, where Rom drifted endlessly beneath the surface. "To ascend," he whispered, "one must first unlearn what it means to be human." The two men parted forever after that, their paths diverging into blood and sight. Lawrence's healing church pursued transcendence through communion with the old blood. Willem's disciples sought it through the awakening of the mind. Both paths led to ruin, but in different forms. The church's followers were consumed by their bodies. Byrgenwerth's disciples were consumed by their thoughts. In time, Byrgenwerth was abandoned. The halls grew quiet. The lake remained still. But the knowledge they uncovered did not die. It lived on in the choir, in Mensis, in the minds of those who still believed that the human soul could evolve into something divine. It lived on in the nightmares that followed, each one a reflection of Willem's warning that to see too much is to lose oneself. And yet, in the end, perhaps Willem was right. For Rom's silence endures even now, her pale form floating beneath the moonlit waters. She guards the line between nightmare and waking, between the mercy of ignorance and the torment of awareness. Those who slay her, who break that fragile barrier, are rewarded with revelation. The sky opens, the red moon rises, the great ones stir. Humanity awakens to its inheritance. And so, the question lingers, like the reflection on that lake's surface. Did Willem protect humanity from the truth, or delay the inevitable? Did Rom's stillness preserve the world, or imprison it in ignorance? Perhaps there is no difference, for in Bloodborne's world, knowledge and damnation are the same thing, seen from opposite shores. And in the quiet between them, the lake remains still, waiting for another dreamer to disturb its surface. There is a lake in Yharnam where the moonlight always lingers, even when the rest of the city drowns in shadow. Its waters are perfectly still, reflecting not the world above, but a world beneath. A surface where time seems frozen and silence feels absolute. Here, beneath the surface, drifts Rom, the vacuous spider, a being whose existence defines the fragile boundary between human understanding and the cosmic abyss. To most who encounter her, she appears as a monstrous, almost pitiable creature, a pale, swollen body surrounded by skittering spawn. But Rom is not a beast. She is the gate. When the scholars of Byrgenwerth first uncovered the depths beneath Yharnam, they found more than relics. They found echoes, moments imprinted in the world's fabric by the Great Ones themselves. Among these echoes, they glimpsed fragments of knowledge that no human was meant to perceive. It was Provost Willem who understood dimly the danger of unfiltered insight. The Great Ones did not simply exist beyond humanity, they existed beyond comprehension. Their thoughts, when perceived directly, did not enlighten, but erase. To see them truly was to be unmade. And so, the world required a veil, a filter, a mediator between humanity's limited senses and the infinite. Rom became that veil. She was not born as she is now. She was once a student of Byrgenwerth, a woman of gentle curiosity who followed Willem's teachings with quiet devotion. When the first whispers of the Great Ones began to echo through the labyrinths, she was among the first to listen. Willem believed she was special, attuned, patient, unafraid of stillness. When the time came to test his theories of ascension through perception, he chose her. Some say the ritual was conducted at the lake, under a waning moon. Others claim it took place deep within the Chalice dungeons, where the air still thrummed with Thumerian resonance. Whatever the truth, the result was the same. A human consciousness stretched beyond its limits until it shattered. reforming into something that could no longer be called human at all. Rom's mind did not expand outward. It turned inward, folding upon itself like the closing of an eye. She became vacuous, a vessel emptied of identity so that the world might survive her awakening. The multitude of eyes that cover her form do not perceive the world as we do. They perceive potential, the layers of reality overlapping like reflections on the lake's surface. Each eye holds a fragment of truth, but never the whole. Together, they form the barrier between ignorance and revelation. In her transformation, Rom became both sacrifice and savior. She sealed away the knowledge of the Great Ones, dampening their influence upon the waking world. As long as she floated beneath the lake, the line between reality and nightmare remained intact. The Great Ones could see humanity, but not touch it. Humanity could dream of the divine, but not awaken it. The equilibrium was delicate, a slumbering peace bought with her eternal silence. But peace, like all illusions, invites curiosity. The healing church, driven by Lawrence's legacy, could not leave such mysteries buried. When they discovered the ruins of Bergenworth, they found Willem's notes, fragments of thought, phrases written in feverish repetition. The lake is the womb. The spider guards the child. Do not disturb the dream. They understood none of it. To them, Rom's existence was not protection but obstruction. She hid what they believed to be divine revelation, and so they sought to destroy her. They did not realize that to break the seal was to open the sky. The hunter who ventures to the lake, following the path through Bergenworth's decaying halls, repeats the same act that doomed Yharnam before. When Rom dies, the water shimmers, the reflection breaks, and the heavens change. The red moon rises, the veil is lifted, and the Great Ones return their gaze upon the world. The horror that follows is not punishment, but remembrance. The world recalling what it was before the veil, before ignorance. And yet, even in her death, Rom fulfills her purpose. For to awaken the world is also to reveal its truth. The hunter who slays her does not merely commit an act of violence, they complete a ritual as old as consciousness itself. By destroying the barrier, they inherit what she once bore, the weight of insight, the burden of seeing. In that moment, they too become a vessel of perception. The transformation that follows is subtle but irreversible. The hunter begins to see what was always there, the shifting shapes that drift through the night sky, the Great Ones observing unseen, the invisible tendrils that caress the blood-drunk faithful. They realize that the nightmare was never separate from the world but merely hidden by Rom's stillness. With her gone, there is no longer any separation between waking and dreaming. The world becomes one continuous act of remembrance. Rom's title, vacuous, has long been misunderstood. It does not mean empty in the sense of lacking. It means emptied, willingly hollowed so that others might endure. She is the vessel through which ignorance becomes mercy. In her silence lies compassion, and in her stillness, sacrifice. Willem's final words, recorded before his mind dissolved into reverie, speak to this understanding. Our eyes must open, but the world must not. He knew that the only way to survive enlightenment was through limitation. But humanity does not accept limits. We are drawn to the light of truth even when it burns. And so, when Rom's stillness is broken, we glimpse the full scope of the cosmos, and we break alongside her. The red moon that follows her death is not new. It has always been there, waiting behind the veil of her presence. Its rise is simply the world's memory returning, the Great One's mourning resuming. The cries of infants echo through Yharnam once more, and the wombs of the faithful are filled with things that cannot be named. The Great Ones are not cruel. They are searching, reaching through the opened sky for the child that was lost to them. In humanity's yearning, they see their own. And perhaps this is the true meaning of Rom's sacrifice. She became the wall between gods and mortals, not to protect one from the other, but to give both time to understand their grief. Her stillness was a pause between breaths, a reprieve in the universe's mourning. When she is gone, the breath continues, the grief resumes, and the cycle of remembrance turns once more. Even now, when the lake's surface shimmers under moonlight, those who listen carefully say they can still hear her, a faint hum, like the sound of a distant tide. It is not a warning, nor a lament, but a lullaby, the song of one who guards the silence between revelation and ruin. In her stillness, the world was safe. In her death, the world remembers. And in that remembrance, the blood begins again to whisper. When Rom's stillness is broken, the sky itself changes. The moon bleeds, and what was hidden becomes visible. To those standing upon Yharnam's rooftops, the transformation seems sudden, a shudder through the firmament, a deepening of the air. But to the Great Ones, this moment is as old as memory. The red moon is not a celestial event, it is revelation. It is the unveiling of the forgotten wound that underlies creation, the sorrow of the divine laid bare across the heavens. And at its center, faint but unending, is the cry of a child. That cry does not come from the streets of Yharnam, nor from any womb of the living. It resonates from elsewhere, from a place where the physical and the spiritual overlap, where grief becomes geometry and dreams take shape as cities. This is the nightmare of Mensis, the great edifice of madness that lies beyond the veil, and at its heart, eternally weeping, lies Murgo, the stillborn Great One. To understand the meaning of Murgo's cry is to understand the purpose of the red moon. The Great Ones are not destroyers, though their presence brings destruction. They are creators who can no longer create. Their nature is memory, infinite, cyclical, and suffused with longing. When they look upon the world, they see the echo of what they lost, the children they bore, the offspring that died, the dreams that dissolved. In their mourning, they reach downward, searching for surrogates who might fill that absence. Every communion between human and Great One, every transfusion, every dream, every nightmare, is born from that search. Murgo is the child that was never meant to be lost. In the ruins beneath Yharnam, carved into the deepest Thumerian chambers, are depictions of a queen holding a faceless infant, surrounded by symbols of both worship and despair. The inscriptions speak of a ritual called the Beckoning, through which the Great Ones sought to draw forth life from mortal wombs. Queen Yharnam succeeded, but the price was her sanity. The child that was born to her, or perhaps through her, was neither mortal nor divine, but a convergence of both. Murgo was conceived in the grief of the cosmos and carried in the blood of the Thumerians, his form too fragile to endure existence. When Murgo's body failed, his consciousness persisted. His essence did not return to the void, but lingered, bound by his mother's sorrow. The Great Ones, unable to accept his death, built around his memory a realm where he could continue to exist, the nightmare of Mensis. It is not a place, but a state of mourning made manifest, a dream that reshapes itself endlessly to cradle what cannot live. Every whisper, every distortion within that realm is the echo of the Great One's lamentation, repeating the moment of loss forever. The scholars of Mensis, obsessed with the promise of communion, discovered this truth by accident. Their rituals were not meant to summon a god, but to contact the memory of one. Using the blood as their medium and the moon as their signal, they constructed the Mensis ritual, an attempt to align their minds with the frequency of the Great One's dreams. For a moment, they succeeded. The veil lifted, the red moon rose, and the cry of Murgo pierced the waking world. But the human mind is not meant to hear the voice of eternity. The sound shattered them. Their bodies withered, their consciousnesses stretched into infinity and snapped. Their leader, Mikolash, remained, not as a man, but as a ghost of intellect. His mind, too fascinated to die, wandered the corridors of the nightmare, forever conversing with the echoes of gods. Ah, Kos, or some say Cosm, he mutters endlessly, seeking meaning in the sea of grief that surrounds him. He calls to the Great Ones not out of faith but loneliness. Like the Great Ones themselves, he yearns for connection and cannot find it. His madness is not rage but devotion, a human mind that has seen too much and cannot look away. Within the nightmare, the architecture of Yharnam is reconfigured. The cathedrals bend, the stones pulse with unseen life, and the air hums with the resonance of blood. This is what happens when memory becomes space, when emotion becomes structure. The Great Ones do not create worlds, they dream them. And the nightmare is their collective dream of loss. The city of Mensis is their tomb and their cradle, a reflection of their inability to let go. The wet nurses, those towering faceless entities that guard Murgo's cradle, are the physical manifestations of this grief. They are protectors born from maternal instinct, the embodiment of the Great One's endless vigilance. Their cloaked forms, each bearing multiple arms, resemble both guardians and mourners. When they gather around the unseen infant, their blades glisten not with blood, but with reflection, for they are not killing. They are cutting away the edges of reality, ensuring that Murgo remains untouched by change. To them, time itself is the enemy. When a hunter finally breaches the nightmare and silences Murgo's cry, the world shifts once again. The red moon wanes. The nightmare recedes. Queen Yharnam appears, her face wet with tears, bowing silently in gratitude. Yet even in that gesture, there is no joy. For to silence the cry is not to bring peace, but to end remembrance. The Great Ones, robbed of their last echo of innocence, turn their gaze elsewhere, toward the next world, the next womb, the next dream. The cycle continues, because it must. The true tragedy of the red moon is not that it brings madness, but that it brings clarity. It reminds both gods and mortals of what was lost, and in that remembrance compels them to repeat the act of creation. The blood stirs, the womb quickens, the dream reforms. The Great Ones mourn through humanity, and humanity seeks transcendence through them. Each reaches for the other, and neither can let go. In the end, Murgo's cry is not a sound, but a condition, the hum of the universe's eternal grief. It echoes not only through the nightmare, but through every heartbeat, every transfusion, every act of longing. To live is to hear it faintly beneath the pulse of one's own blood. It is the sound of memory refusing to fade. And so, as the red moon fades from the sky and Yharnam settles into uneasy silence, the hunter stands amid the remnants of the nightmare, hearing that cry not with ears, but with soul. It is soft now, almost tender. A reminder that even in its horror the universe mourns with love. The blood, once again, has remembered. Long before Yharnam was a city, before its name belonged to cobblestone and cathedral, it was the name of a woman, a queen. Her image is carved in stone deep beneath the earth, veiled, solemn, crowned with silver thorns. In the deepest chambers of the Thumerian labyrinths, her likeness endures, eyes half closed as though in eternal mourning. The scholars of Bergenworth first mistook her statues for relics of worship. They could not have known that she was real, that her story was not myth, but the foundation of the curse that would one day consume their world. Queen Yharnam was the last of the Thumerian monarchs, ruler of a civilization that had long ago traded mortality for communion with the Great Ones. Her bloodline was divine not by descent, but by assimilation. Through ritual and sacrifice, the Thumerians merged their essence with the will of the Great Ones, achieving a kind of immortality that was not of the body but of the soul. Yet in their striving for transcendence, they forgot that the divine is not merciful. The Great Ones, for all their power, are ruled by longing, the unending ache of loss. In binding themselves to such beings, the Thumerians inherited that grief. Their immortality became sorrow made flesh. Yharnam herself was chosen, or perhaps offered, as vessel. The Great Ones do not choose their surrogates as kings choose heirs. They are drawn instead to yearning, to the echo of their own desire reflected in mortal hearts. Among her people, Yharnam was unmatched in devotion. She sought not power but connection, not dominance but understanding. And so a Great One answered her prayer, descending into her womb as essence rather than form. The child that quickened within her was not merely life, it was memory. The Thumerians called this event the Great Communion, and they built an entire era upon it. The blood that flowed from Yharnam's veins shimmered with divine luminescence, and her people believed that through her, they had achieved the perfect union between flesh and cosmos. But the birth was not what they had hoped. When the child came, the Great Ones did not celebrate. They mourned, for what emerged was not a new god, but the echo of an old one, a consciousness repeating itself, unable to move forward. The child, whom later scholars would name Mergo, was stillborn, yet not dead. His body perished, but his will lingered, crying out in the spaces between worlds. The Thumerians tried to interpret this as blessing, but their civilization unraveled in its wake. The labyrinths became tombs, their people transforming into guardians of what they could not destroy. The lingering presence of their queen and her eternal offspring. The Great Ones, bound to Yharnam through the child, continued to reach through her, their voices whispering through the bloodlines of those who followed. Over centuries, her name became synonymous with divinity. When the scholars of Bergenworth rediscovered the tombs, they found her effigy and mistook it for myth. But Yharnam was not myth. She was still there. Her body, preserved through divine influence, remained incorrupt beneath the ruins. Her eyes wept blood that never dried. Her presence haunted the labyrinths as an echo, not alive, but not gone. When the scholars disturbed her resting place, they awakened more than history. They stirred the grief of the Great Ones, still anchored to her womb through memory. The old blood that they discovered was not the substance of the gods, but the residue of that ancient pregnancy. The fluid that had once carried the essence of both human and divine. They called it old because it was older than their understanding. But in truth, it was new each time it was remembered. Every transfusion, every ritual of blood was a reenactment of Yharnam's communion. This is why the women of Yharnam are so central to the city's tragedy. They are not simply victims of the blood, they are vessels of its continuation. The Great Ones, unable to bear their own children, seek surrogates among them. The blood within these women resonates with that ancient grief, echoing the divine pregnancy that began the cycle. The Church's so-called blood saints, Adela, Ariana, and the others, are the living descendants of Yharnam's legacy, chosen not for purity, but for potential. The old blood moves through them with ease, responding to their yearning, their willingness to nurture. It is no coincidence that when the red moon rises, it is these women who give birth, not to humans, but to remembrance. Queen Yharnam's spirit watches over every such birth. When the blood moon reaches its height, she appears in visions, veiled and weeping, her arms outstretched towards something unseen. To those attuned to the blood, she is not a spectre, but a presence, the echo of the first mother, mourning her eternal child. The Church interprets her as a saint, the scholars as a remnant of the Thumerians' mythic past, but she is neither. She is the first surrogate, and her sorrow is the source of all others. When the hunter enters the nightmare of Mensis and silences Murgo's cry, Queen Yharnam bows. The gesture is not gratitude, but resignation. She understands that the silence of her child does not end the cycle. It only begins it anew. For in every age, the great ones will reach again, and humanity will answer. The womb of the world cannot remain empty. It must always dream. There is a phrase inscribed upon the chalices drawn from her tombs, runes that translate, imperfectly, to the gift of the blood is the gift of memory. This is the heart of the Old Blood's mystery. It does not grant life as mortals understand it. It restores remembrance. Through Yharnam's communion, the Great Ones discovered how to preserve themselves, by living through humanity. Each transfusion, each birth, each nightmare is the continuation of her pact. And yet, there is a tenderness in her tragedy. For all her suffering, Queen Yharnam's act was one of love. She gave herself to the cosmos so that it might feel again. In her womb, the universe remembered what it meant to create, even if it could not sustain what it created. Her sacrifice ensured that the Great Ones, in their vastness, would never be entirely alone, and in return, the world became haunted by memory. To this day, those who walk the ruins of the labyrinths speak of hearing soft crying in the distance, the echo of a mother and her child, forever bound in sorrow. Some claim that if one kneels beside the ancient altars and listens closely, the weeping becomes a lullaby. Others say it is merely the drip of blood upon stone, but perhaps both are true, for in Yharnam's world, sorrow and sanctity are one and the same. Queen Yharnam remains not as a warning but as a mirror. She is the reflection of humanity's desire to create meaning in an indifferent cosmos, to bear, even in pain, the memory of love. Her story is the root of the Old Blood's power and the origin of its curse. Through her, the Great Ones learn to dream through flesh, and humanity learn to die for divinity. And as long as the blood remembers, the womb will never rest. When the red moon rises and the veil between waking and dream collapses, Yharnam becomes a city folded inward, its streets mirrored in impossible geometry. It is then that the hunter glimpses the doorway into another world, the nightmare of Mensis. To most, it appears as madness incarnate, a fevered landscape built from broken memory and delirium. Yet beneath the chaos lies a terrible order. The nightmare is not random. It is the architecture of consciousness laid bare. It is the human attempt to reach the divine, stretch beyond its limits and forced to remember what it should not. The nightmare of Mensis was not born naturally. It was constructed. The scholars who bore its name sought to ascend not through faith, but through direct contact. They were the heirs of Bergenworth's ambition and the Healing Church's heresy, those who believed that blood and thought were one and the same. Mikolash, the madman who had become their leader, called it the ritual of alignment. He believed that by synchronizing the human mind with the frequency of the Great One's dreams, they could bridge the divide between mortal and divine. To achieve this, they built the Mensis chamber deep within the catacombs of Yahar'gul, a city already trembling with the echoes of the old blood. There, they gathered artifacts of Bergenworth and relics of the church, the skulls of former scholars, the bloodstones that pulsed with residual memory, the runes that encoded divine resonance. These they arranged according to the geometry of the cosmos, a pattern meant to reflect the rhythm of creation itself. When all was prepared, they began their ritual, fasting for days, meditating in the dark, their minds sharpened to points of obsession. They thought themselves scholars, but they were dreamers, and the dream they sought was not theirs to command. At the moment of communion, the veil tore. The red moon bled into their chamber, and the walls dissolved into light. For a heartbeat, they succeeded. They reached the Great Ones, the air filled with song, a vibration that could not be heard by ears, only felt within the bones. Micolash and his acolytes gazed upward, and what they saw was not godhood, but reflection. They beheld the shape of their own yearning mirrored across eternity. It was not revelation that came to them, but memory, an overwhelming tide of remembrance from the Great Ones, the sum of every lost birth, every failed creation, every unending cry. The human mind is not made to bear such remembrance. It does not shatter cleanly. It folds, it stretches, it repeats. The scholars of Mensis did not die. Their bodies remained, frozen in postures of awe, but their minds fell through the cracks of reality, scattering into the nightmare. The ritual chamber became their tomb and their temple, the place where thought and space became indistinguishable. In their final moments of unity, they created the nightmare of Mensis, a realm born of human intellect collapsing under divine sorrow. Mikolash's consciousness lingered, circling endlessly within his own creation. His words, when heard within the nightmare, are fragments of his last coherent thoughts, pleas for understanding, echoes of his attempts to converse with the Great Ones. Ah, Kos, or some say, Cosm. Do you hear our prayers? He mutters, his voice both mocking and desperate. In life, he sought to control revelation. In death, he became its echo. His mind is a labyrinth as complex as the one beneath Yharnam. Each corridor a looping thought, each door a memory of failure. The nightmare itself reflects this torment. Its structures are both Yharnam and not Yharnam, its buildings rising at impossible angles, its halls filled with remnants of the scholar's obsession. The air hums with psychic interference, a vibration that seeps into the flesh of intruders. Eyes, countless, unblinking, emerge from walls, from flesh, from the sky itself. These are not symbols, but sensations, manifestations of what Willem once sought. More eyes on the inside. Here, that philosophy has become literal. The human desire for understanding has blossomed into a grotesque garden of perception, where every surface watches and every thought is seen. At the center of it all lies the brain of Mensis, a monstrous relic suspended by chains, its mass pulsing faintly in the dark. It was once human, though whose mind it once contained is unknown. Some say it was the collective consciousness of the scholars, fused together in their moment of communion. Others claim it was the physical manifestation of the Great One's gaze, condensed into a single form. Whatever its origin, it radiates madness. Those who approach it feel their thoughts unravel, their sense of self dissolving into the vastness of the cosmos. To look upon it is to be seen, to feel the weight of the universe's awareness pressing against one's soul. And yet, amid the terror, there is beauty. The nightmare is a mirror of divine thought, and in its chaos lies the pattern of creation itself. Every distortion, every impossible structure, is an echo of the Great One's mourning, the attempt to make sense of loss through endless repetition. The scholars of Mensis, in their failure, became part of that pattern. Their suffering completed the ritual they could, not control. They became memory. The hunter who ventures into this realm walks the same path that the scholars once did, but in reverse. Where they sought to ascend, the hunter descends, through madness, through death, through understanding. Each step deeper into the nightmare is a step closer to the origin of the blood, to the wound from which the cosmos still bleeds. The hunter does not seek knowledge, but release. To silence Murgo's cry is to end the Great One's remembrance, if only for a moment. When the hunter slays Mikolash, his final words are not of regret, but of awe. Now I'm waking up. I'll forget everything. In his fragmented lucidity, he speaks the truth of all who touch the divine. Enlightenment is inseparable from forgetting. To know the truth is to lose the self that sought it. The nightmare of Mensis is not merely a place of horror. It is the cosmos laid bare in grief. It is the dream of gods who cannot die, the prayer of mortals who cannot understand. It endures because remembrance cannot end. The red moon may wane, the city may fall silent, but the nightmare persists wherever longing does. Every generation that seeks the divine will rebuild it, brick by brick, within the architecture of their own ambition. In the end, the nightmare is neither curse nor punishment. It is the reflection of humanity's greatest strength and its greatest flaw, the refusal to stop reaching. For even in ruin, even in madness, the mind seeks to know, and the Great Ones, in their mourning, cannot help but answer. The dream, the nightmare, and the waking world are not separate realms, but phases of the same desire. To awaken from one is merely to dream in another. And as the hunter leaves the nightmare behind, the cry of Murgo fades, not into silence, but into heartbeat. The cosmos exhales. The blood begins again to pulse. The memory endures. Long before the nightmare solidified into a world of its own, when the healing church was still young and its cathedrals gleamed with false sanctity, the school of Mensis worked in secret. They were the thinkers and zealots whom even the choir feared. Visionaries who believed that true communion with the Great Ones required not prayer nor ritual, but the destruction of the human mind itself. Their founding principle was simple, that the limits of reason were a cage. To reach divinity, one must break it open. The scholars of Mensis took their name from the Latin for month, a word tied to the moon, to cycles, to repetition. They understood, perhaps unconsciously, that the cosmos itself operated in recurrence. Birth, loss, remembrance. These were not events but orbits, endlessly repeating around the gravity of sorrow. They believed that by aligning their consciousness with this rhythm, they could ascend to a state of awareness shared with the Great Ones. To them, madness was not a sickness, but the necessary doorway. Their headquarters were built within the hidden city of Yahargul, carved into the bones of the old labyrinth. Unlike the choir, who sought understanding through reverence, the school of Mensis treated revelation as an experiment. They dissected the remains of the blood-drunk, studied the skulls of the ascended, and kept journals filled with equations describing dream as if it were physics. They sought to quantify transcendence, to reduce divinity to formula. And yet, behind their calculations, there was a kind of desperate faith. They did not deny the gods. They wanted to become them. Mikolash, their master, was once a student of Bergenworth. His early writings speak of restraint, of respect for the unknown. But the discovery of the Thumerian chalices changed him. In their runic inscriptions he saw not myth, but blueprint, a pattern of communion repeated across ages. He became convinced that the Great Ones were not separate beings, but frequencies of thought, accessible through resonance. His goal was not worship, but contact. And contact, he believed, required surrender of self. To that end, the school devised rituals meant to collapse the barrier between perception and reality. They filled their chambers with effigies of the Great Ones, carved from memory rather than from vision. They infused themselves with diluted old blood, not for healing, but to heighten awareness. They meditated in darkened rooms, their eyes bandaged, listening to the faint hum of their own blood flow, a music they believed to be divine in origin. Over time, their dreams synchronized. They began to see the same images: the red moon, the weeping child, the endless sea. Their minds were no longer individual. They were tuning forks for the cosmos. The ritual that would birth the nightmare of Mensis was their final act. It was not an accident, as later scholars claimed, but an experiment executed to completion. They aligned their collective consciousness under the red moon, offering their sanity as sacrifice. The chant they used survives in fragments, scratched into the walls of Yahar'gul. The child awaits, the womb recalls, the moon opens. These words were not invocation, but description. They believed the Great Ones already heard them. When the ritual succeeded, it did not deliver enlightenment, but reflection. The Great Ones did not descend to meet them. They reached upward into the Great One's dream. What they found there was not revelation, but repetition. They witnessed the endless cycle of divine loss, the stillbirths, the failed creations, the cries of mourning that echo through eternity. They understood, too late, that the gods' love was indistinguishable from their sorrow. The human mind, confronted with infinite grief, fractures. It seeks pattern where there is none, meaning where there is only motion. The scholars of Mensis began to perceive the world not as matter, but as vibration. Light bled into sound. Time looped into itself. They began to speak in riddles, their language reverting to raw emotion. To outsiders, they appeared insane. But within the nightmare, they had simply become fluent in the only language the cosmos knows: remembrance. This, too, is the essence of insight. The healing church taught that insight was the measure of one's understanding of the Great Ones, a spiritual awareness that opened the mind to truth. But in reality, insight is not knowledge, it is infection. The more one perceives, the more one remembers, not one's own memories, but those of the cosmos. Each moment of revelation is an intrusion, a foreign recollection inserted into the fragile fabric of the human soul. To gain insight is to lose individuality. To see too much is to remember what was never yours. The school of Mensis sought to accumulate insight as one might accumulate wealth. They treated it as currency, as proof of progress. Their archives were filled with vials of eyes, literal symbols of perception harvested from the bodies of the enlightened. Each eye represented a human soul that had glimpsed the divine and dissolved. In the language of the Great Ones, to gain eyes is to lose selfhood. The more they saw, the less they were. In the final days of Yahar'gul, the air itself trembled. The walls pulsed. The citizens vanished, drawn upward into the nightmare's architecture. The school had achieved their goal. They had bridged the gap between thought and reality, but their triumph was their undoing. What they reached was not heaven, but memory, not divinity, but despair. They entered the dream of the Great Ones and became part of it, frozen forever in the act of remembrance. When the hunter enters their nightmare, Mikolash greets him not as enemy, but as participant. His tone is almost conversational. "Ah, you were at my side all along," he says, and in that phrase lies the truth. The hunter, too, is part of this cycle, another reflection within the same cosmic dream. Mikolash's madness is not madness at all. It is awareness without anchor, consciousness unbound by time or identity. He speaks as the great ones do, in half-thoughts, in echoes, in repetitions. His final words, "Now I'm waking up, I'll forget everything," are the truest prayer ever spoken in Yharnam. For in forgetting lies mercy. The great ones cannot forget, and so they suffer. Humanity's curse is to remember, and so it repeats. Mikolash's plea is not for salvation, but for release, the wish to sleep without dreaming, to be free of the memory that has consumed gods and men alike. The nightmare of Mensis endures because there is no awakening from it, only moments of lucidity mistaken for dawn. The red moon sets, the city breathes, and yet the echo of the scholar's chant lingers in the blood. The child awaits, the womb recalls, the moon opens, the cycle resumes, unchanged. Perhaps this is the meaning of madness, not loss of reason, but the inability to stop remembering. To know too much is to see the world not as it is, but as it was, and as it will be again. The school of Mensis did not fail in their pursuit of the divine. They succeeded perfectly. They became what they sought, minds without selves, vessels of memory. Their nightmare is the proof. And so the hunter walks their corridors, among statues that were once men, listening to the whisper of insight gathering behind the eyes. The air hums softly, like breath, like a sigh. Somewhere above, the red moon waits to rise again. The blood, patient as always, begins to dream once more. Above the decaying streets of Yharnam, far beyond the reach of the beasts that prowl its gutters, lies a cathedral that few ever see. Its windows are sealed, its bells silent. To the untrained eye, it is only another structure in the city's skyline, its towers piercing the haze like the fingers of a sleeping god. But within those halls, the true inheritors of Bergenworth's knowledge once gathered. They were called the Choir, the secret heart of the healing church, the keepers of revelation too immense for mortal faith. Their voices were not raised in worship, but in imitation of the divine. They did not pray to the great ones. They sought to sing as they did. The choir believed that the cosmos itself was language, that creation was not born from silence, but from resonance. The great ones, they theorized, did not shape the universe through will, but through song. Every star, every atom, every drop of blood vibrated with the echoes of their melody. To commune with them, one did not need faith or blood, but harmony. This idea, though heretical even within the church, became their doctrine. They called it the voice of the blood, the music that bound every living thing to the divine. The choir's origins can be traced to the upper ranks of the healing church. After Lawrence's disappearance and the failure of the first hunt, the clergy divided. Some clung to the physical miracles of the blood, building cathedrals and healing wards to contain the spreading plague. Others, disillusioned by the carnage, turned their gaze upward, toward the moon that watched over their city. It was among this second group that the choir was born. They sought to understand the old blood not as medicine, but as message. The blood was not merely divine substance, it was communication, the residue of a higher form of thought. In the cathedral ward, they built their sanctum, the Grand Cathedral, and within it, the orphanage, a place where they trained children to listen. These were not orphans in the worldly sense, but children of the church itself, chosen for their sensitivity to the divine frequencies. They were raised in silence, their days spent in meditation and their nights in dream. The choir believed that the young were closer to the great ones, their minds unburdened by the noise of reason. To them, innocence was not purity, but receptivity, the ability to hear what others could not. The choir's experiments were conducted not with scalpels, but with symphonies. They recorded the cries of the beasts, the heartbeat of the dying, the rhythm of dripping blood. These sounds, when layered and amplified, revealed patterns, repetitions that defied coincidence. They claimed to hear in them the language of the cosmos itself, the mourning of the great ones encoded in sound. They began to construct instruments capable of reproducing these frequencies, blending them with the chants of their young disciples. Through this strange harmony, they believed they could call to the great ones, not with ritual, but with remembrance. It was in this pursuit that they discovered Ebrietas, deep beneath the Grand Cathedral, where the tombs of forgotten saints merged with the Thumerian labyrinths. The choir found her, a great one who had been left behind. Her form was immense, her tendrils draped like veils, her body both radiant and ruined. She was not of the sky, but of the earth, a remnant of the cosmos buried within the world's foundation. The choir called her Ebrietas, daughter of the cosmos. To them, she was proof that communion was possible, that the divine could be reached not by ascending, but by descending. By delving into the memory of creation itself. Ebrietas was different from the other great ones. She was not hostile, nor wholly benevolent. Her movements were slow, almost hesitant, as though she mourned her own existence. The choir believed she was searching for something, or someone, she had lost. They built their church around her resting place, offering song instead of blood. Through her, they learned to see the divine not as a distant god, but as a grieving parent. Her presence radiated both power and sorrow, and those who listened long enough claimed to hear words within her humming, not speech, but understanding. The choir's communion with Ebrietas changed them. Their eyes opened, not physically, but inwardly. They began to perceive layers of the world previously hidden. The stars no longer shone as distant points, but as windows, each one a memory of another realm. They saw the great ones not as beings, but as ideas, emotions given form, repeating themselves through eternity. Some members of the choir began to drift into reverie, their minds dissolving into the melody of the cosmos. To outsiders, they appeared mad, but within the choir, such dissolution was celebrated. They called it joining the song. Their teachings spread quietly through the church, influencing the creation of the choir bell, an instrument designed to resonate with the frequencies of the Great One's voice. Hunters who wielded it found themselves enveloped in soft light, their wounds closing, their fears easing. The choir claimed that this healing was not magic, but harmony, the alignment of human resonance with divine vibration. To be healed, they said, was to be remembered by the cosmos. Yet, as with all things touched by the Great Ones, the choir's revelations carried ruin. The more they listened, the more they remembered. And the more they remembered, the less they could remain human. Their eyes began to change, their thoughts became circular, looping phrases that mirrored the Great One's eternal mourning. Some vanished entirely, their consciousness drawn upward into the sky's invisible architecture. Others, like the saints of old, became vessels of voice, bodies that no longer spoke but resonated, humming softly as though echoing Ebrietas's lament. In time, the choir's influence faded, absorbed into the greater machinery of the healing church. But their discoveries endured. The concept of communion through resonance became the foundation of the church's later rituals, though its meaning was lost. What had once been harmony became domination, what had once been song became command. The church no longer listened to the great ones. It tried to control them. And so Ebrietas was left alone again, her vast form trembling in the cold darkness beneath the cathedral. Hunters who find her there do not see a god, but a mother, wounded, abandoned, still reaching toward the heavens for her lost kin. When she turns upon them, it is not with hatred, but with anguish. She is not attacking, she is calling. Her cry is the same song the choir once heard, the voice of the cosmos mourning itself. Perhaps that is the true tragedy of the choir. They sought to sing with the great ones, to harmonize with creation. But in doing so, they reminded the cosmos of its own loneliness. Their voices joined the divine chorus, only to dissolve within it. They didn't ascend. They were absorbed. And still, on nights when the moon glows faintly blue and the wind moves through the cathedral's broken arches, one can hear it, a low hum, vast and trembling, as though the city itself remembers the choir's song. It is the sound of the cosmos breathing, a reminder that all things, divine or mortal, long to be heard. And beneath it, in the forgotten dark, Ebrietas still listens. Beneath the grand cathedral, where the air grows colder and the stone grows slick with memory, the choir's descent ended in a chamber untouched by time. There, in the silence beneath the heart of Yharnam, they found her, Ebrietas, the daughter of the cosmos. Her name, given by trembling human tongues, means intoxication, for her presence was like the first breath after drowning, a rush of clarity so pure it bordered on pain. Yet her form was a paradox. Beauty twisted into sorrow, radiance shrouded in decay. She was vast and luminous, her tendrils like ribbons of starlight, her wings translucent as glass. And yet, even in her majesty, she wept. The choir believed they had found a god, but the truth was quieter and infinitely more tragic. Ebrietas was not a deity to be worshipped. She was a remnant, the shadow of a great one left behind when the others ascended beyond the veil. To understand her is to grasp the cruel geometry of the cosmos. That creation and abandonment are twin acts, and that every ascent leaves something yearning below. The great ones do not move through space, but through memory, shedding their lesser forms as serpents shed skin. Ebrietas was such a shedding. A divine thought left stranded in the world of flesh. To the choir, she was revelation embodied. Her presence alone dissolved boundaries between dream and waking. Under her influence, the air vibrated, the blood hummed, and the stone walls themselves seemed to breathe. The choir believed she could hear the voice of the cosmos, and through her, so could they. They built their sanctum around her resting place, transforming the ancient Thumerian ruins into a cathedral of remembrance. They knelt before her, not as supplicants, but as students, their chants echoing through the dark. We are all born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. They sang not to her, but with her. For Ebrietas' voice was not sound, but resonance, a vibration that could be felt within the marrow, an emotion that transcended language. It was sorrow made physical, the memory of a mother who had lost her children and could not forget. Through her lament, the choir glimpsed the truth that had eluded Bergenworth, that the great ones were not beyond feeling. They were defined by it. Their power was not intellect, but empathy stretched beyond reason. The eternal capacity to love what could never endure. The choir's communion with Ebrietas was not without cost. Those who lingered too long in her presence found their thoughts dissolving into sound. Their dreams filled with visions of vast oceans and weeping stars. They began to perceive the world not as separate forms, but as patterns of vibration, everything alive with the same rhythm. They called this awakening, attunement. To be attuned was to perceive the grief that underpinned existence, to see the mourning that shaped creation. But to bear that awareness was unbearable. The choir's members slowly vanished, their consciousness drawn upward into the frequency they once sought to hear. And yet Ebrietas remained. Her solitude deepened with each disappearance. She watched the humans come and go, the scholars who promised devotion, the hunters who came seeking blood. None stayed. None understood. When attacked, she did not defend herself out of hatred, but reflex. Her strikes were the spasms of despair, her fury the cry of a being who had forgotten how to be alone. Even her violence was prayer. To stand before her is to feel the scale of cosmic grief. The air grows heavy, the light thickens, and the heartbeat slows. Her tendrils shimmer with faint bioluminescence, each movement leaving a trail of afterglow. Her eyes, if such things can be called eyes, are pools of translucent sorrow. She moves like a memory relived, hesitant, trembling, half present. When she strikes, it is with the force of remembrance, as if the universe itself lashes out through her to recall what was lost. In the lore of the Church, Ebrietas was declared a saint, a messenger between mankind and the cosmos. Her image was painted upon relics and etched into silver chalices, but in secret, the choir knew the truth. She was not a messenger. She was the message. Her entire existence was a communication, a reminder that the divine is defined not by perfection, but by its capacity to grieve. To listen to her was to hear the sound of the cosmos mourning itself. Some among the choir speculated that she was the daughter of a being they called Kos, a great one associated with the sea, the primordial womb from which all things emerge. Whether this is true or not is uncertain, but the parallels are undeniable. Both Kos and Ebrietas are figures of maternity, embodiments of loss and birth. Kos lies dead upon the shore, her orphaned spirit haunting the dreams of hunters. Ebrietas lies buried beneath the cathedral, weeping for her vanished kin. Each represents the same principle. That creation begins with loss. The sea births the world and retreats. The cosmos sings the stars into being and falls silent. Ebrietas' sorrow, then, is not weakness. It is the sustaining pulse of reality. The great ones are creatures of memory, and her grief ensures that memory endures. Through her tears, the blood remembers. Through her silence, the cosmos breathes. The choir's greatest discovery was not her existence, but her lesson, that the divine does not seek dominion, but remembrance. The universe mourns itself through those who can feel. And yet, in her solitude, there is hope. For even as she grieves, Ebrietas reaches outward. Her tendrils stretch toward the ceiling of her chamber, toward the faint traces of moonlight that filter through the cracks. It is as though she still believes she can touch the heavens, that she might one day find the others she has lost. In her, the cycle of yearning continues, the same yearning that drives mortals to the blood and the great ones to their dreams. The hunter who finds her stands at the intersection of that cycle. To slay her is to end her mourning for a moment, but also to inherit it. For in that act, the hunter fulfills the pattern, destruction as remembrance, death as communion. Her fall is not an ending, but a transformation. Her blood joins the soil, her resonance lingers in the air, and somewhere another dream stirs. In the stillness after her death, the chamber feels alive. The air vibrates faintly, a residual hum that fades slowly into silence. It is said that if one listens long enough, that hum resolves into a melody, soft, aching, and infinite. The song of the cosmos, the same song that the choir once heard, that the great ones still sing across the void. It is not a hymn of power, but of memory, a lullaby for all things that have been forgotten. And through it, Ebrietas remains, not as form, but as sound, her voice entwined with the rhythm of the blood, whispering softly through every heartbeat that still dares to remember. The cosmos, after all, never forgets. It only waits to be heard again. Above the cathedral ward, high enough that the mist of Yharnam thins to the colour of moonlight, there stands a building few dared to enter, and fewer still remembered. It is called the Orphanage, a name that once conjured images of charity and care, but in truth, it was a sanctuary for something altogether different. Here, the choir gathered the youngest and most sensitive of the faithful. They were not orphans by misfortune. They were orphans by design. The church called them the children of the cosmos, but in practice, they were the choir's experiments in transcendence, human vessels molded to hear the divine. In the records that survive the choir's dissolution, one phrase recurs again and again. We are born of the blood, but made divine through the eyes. The orphanage was the living proof of that belief. To the choir, eyes were not organs of sight. They were apertures of understanding, instruments through which the cosmos peered into itself. Each child was taught not to look outward, but inward, to see the reflections within their blood, to glimpse the vast and shimmering ocean of memory that pulsed beneath all existence. Their prayers were not spoken, but dreamt. Their hymns were vibrations rather than words. The choir sought to transform innocence into resonance, and the result was both miraculous and monstrous. The walls of the orphanage were lined with mirrors, not for vanity, but for study. The choir believed that a mirror could capture the residue of consciousness, reflecting not just the image of the body, but the rhythm of the soul. They encouraged the children to stare into them until the reflections began to shift, until they no longer saw themselves, but something vast and indifferent staring back. Some described it as light, blinding, endless, shaped like thought itself. Others saw eyes, infinite and serene, watching with neither judgment nor affection. The choir interpreted this as progress. They believed the children were glimpsing the same truth that had transformed Rom, the same revelation that drove Willem to silence. As weeks turned to months, the orphanage became less a school and more a sanctum of transformation. The children no longer slept as others did, their dreams synchronized, their heartbeats aligned. When one cried, the others wept. When one sang, the others' voices joined without instruction. The choir called this the awakening of the shared mind. They were beginning to merge, not as individuals, but as a single consciousness tuned to the Great One's frequency. It was said that at night, the building itself hummed with their voices, a soft and constant vibration that shook the chandeliers and rattled the glass. From this harmony came the birth of new eyes. Some children, when examined, were found to have developed faintly luminescent patterns beneath their eyelids, fractal shapes that pulsed with inner light. Others began to see without opening their eyes at all. They described the world not as solid forms, but as layers of sound and emotion, as if the universe were a symphony and they were instruments within it. The choir documented these changes with reverence. They believed they were witnessing the next stage of human evolution, the moment when perception transcended flesh. Yet there was one discovery that frightened even them. Deep within the orphanage, in a chamber reserved for meditation, the choir constructed what they called the astral clock. It was not a device of metal and gears, but of thought. They arranged runes, mirrors, and resonant stones in a pattern modelled after the lunar cycles. When the children gathered around it, their combined awareness produced a phenomenon the choir could not explain. The air would shimmer, the light would bend, and for a fleeting instant, the boundaries between worlds would thin. In those moments, the children would speak in unison, their voices gentle and distant, uttering words the adults could not understand. The choir believed these were messages from the Great Ones, instructions, perhaps, or lullabies. But over time, the tone of the voices changed. They began to weep. Their words, though still unintelligible, carried grief so profound it silenced the choir. The children would stare upward as though watching something recede, something they loved but could not follow. Afterward, they would sleep for days, their bodies trembling with exhaustion. The choir never learned what they saw, but they knew that whatever it was, it left them changed. The orphanage eventually became a place of quiet terror. The laughter of children faded into whispers. Their once bright eyes dimmed, though lights still flickered faintly beneath the skin. The choir continued their experiments, but something had shifted. The children no longer responded as before. They became withdrawn, lost in inner visions too vast to share. Some began to speak in riddles, others stopped speaking altogether. And yet, when night fell, the humming returned, the sound of countless small voices joining in a single, mournful tone. When the red moon rose over Yharnam, the orphanage fell silent. The choir, absorbed in the chaos above, abandoned their charges to the dream. The building was left to decay, its walls collapsing inward like the closing of an eye. But those who wandered through it in the nights that followed claimed to hear soft footsteps, giggles echoing in empty halls, and the faint, rhythmic hum of a song without words. Some swore they saw reflections moving independently in the shattered mirrors. Children's faces, glowing faintly with light from within. It is said that those who listen long enough to that hum begin to feel a presence behind them, not hostile, but curious, as though the cosmos itself leans close, wondering if they too might remember. The orphanage was not a failure. It was the inevitable conclusion of the choir's philosophy. The children had succeeded where their elders could not. They had merged with the song of the cosmos, not through ritual or study, but through innocence. Their small minds, unburdened by reason, could bear the grief of the divine without breaking. In their collective dreaming, they became the bridge between humanity and the great ones. But such bridges are not meant to last. Those who discover the orphanage now, hunters, scholars, wanderers, find only ruin. The walls are cracked, the air thick with dust, and the mirrors long since darkened. Yet in the corner of one chamber lies a strange relic, a tiny glass sphere containing what appears to be an eye suspended in luminous fluid. The choir once called it the empty phantasm shell, believing it to be the crystallized memory of the children's communion. When used, it hums softly. A sound like distant laughter and the gentle rhythm of waves. Perhaps it is not laughter at all, but the echo of a lullaby. Perhaps the children are still singing, somewhere beyond the veil, their voices carried on the breath of the cosmos. If so, then the orphanage was never abandoned. It simply changed form, from stone and blood to dream and remembrance. And even now, when the moonlight falls across the cathedral ward, pale and blue as the eyes of the children, the wind carries faint whispers that sound almost like words. We are not gone. We are listening. Before the streets of Yharnam ran red, before the hunters carried their blades like prayers, the people of the city believed in the sanctity of the healing church. They came to its altars with their illnesses, their grief, and their hope, trusting in the miracle that flowed from the chalices of its ministers. That miracle was the old blood. Was it Duarait, a substance both sacred and feared, its crimson shimmer said to be proof of the divine within man. But the Church's power was not sustained by doctrine alone. It was sustained by women, the so-called blood saints, whose bodies carried the blood that would heal the city and doom it in equal measure. They were chosen not for their lineage, but for their purity of spirit. Or so the Church claimed. In truth, they were chosen for resonance. Their blood sang. It thrummed in the presence of the divine, harmonizing with the vibrations of the great ones. Some described it as warmth beneath the skin, others as a pulsing in the heart that beat out of rhythm with the world. The clergy called it blessing. The choir called it inheritance. The truth was more intimate. These women were descended from those first touched by the communion of Queen Yharnam. Their veins still remembered the blood that once bridged human and divine. Among the saints, 3 names are remembered: Adela, Ariana, and Yosefka, each a mirror reflecting a different aspect of faith's corruption. Their stories, when told, together, form the anatomy of Yharnam's devotion. Love transformed into ritual, mercy into contagion. Adela was the image of obedience. A nun of the Church's lower orders, she believed utterly in the purity of her calling. Her blood was said to burn with sanctity, soothing the pain of those who drank it. When she was young, she would spend her evenings praying in the crypts beneath the cathedral, whispering to the stone saints as if they might answer. It was there, perhaps, that she first felt the pulse of the great ones, the subtle rhythm of the cosmos moving through her veins. She mistook it for grace. When the beasts began to appear, she did not flee. She offered her blood freely, believing it would protect others from the curse. It did not. Those who received it found themselves healed for a time, only to feel the same warmth spreading too deep, too fast. The old blood did not purify. It remembered. Through Adela, the divine reawakened and the beasts multiplied. When the Church's scholars realized what her blood contained, they declared her blessed and imprisoned her. She was confined in a small cell, her prayers recorded, her veins drained drop by drop. Even as her faith began to tremble, she clung to her devotion. "It is God's work," she whispered through the bars. "If I must bleed for others, let it be so." In the end, her body failed, but her belief endured. To the Church, she was canonized as a saint. To the cosmos, she was another echo of Queen Yharnam's sorrow, a womb of blood that could never rest. Ariana's story was different. She was no nun, but a courtesan, a woman of the city, unbound by the Church, yet chosen by it. The healing Church courted her not for virtue, but for vitality. Her blood possessed an allure that defied reason. Those who tasted it felt warmth that bordered on ecstasy, their minds filled with dreams of moonlit fields and whispering stars. The Church claimed her blood was sacred, proof that the divine moved not only through the pure, but through the profane. In truth, her blood was closer to the old blood's origin than any priest's. It was wild, untempered by ritual, carrying the undiluted essence of the Great One's yearning. When the red moon rose, Ariana's body answered. The warmth that had sustained her became fever. Her dreams grew vivid, of oceans filled with light, of children crying from the stars. And then, as the veil between dream and waking thinned, her body quickened. The child she bore was not human, but neither was it beast. Pale, small, and impossibly still, it resembled the infants of the Great Ones, a creature born of remembrance rather than life. When it died, she wept not in horror, but in peace. It was beautiful, she whispered. It wanted only to be held. In that moment, she embodied the truth of the Great One's love. Creation, born from grief. Life, born from loss. The third saint, Iosefka, represents the final evolution of faith's failure, the transformation of compassion into control. Her clinic at the edge of Yharnam's ward was once a place of mercy. She welcomed the sick, the weary, the mad. But as the blood's influence deepened, something changed. Those who entered her care did not return. The woman known as Iosefka was replaced by another, her voice calm, her smile mechanical. The new Iosefka continued to offer blood, but hers was different. It shimmered faintly with pale light, its texture unnaturally smooth. Those who received it spoke of vivid dreams, of visions of white flowers and distant laughter. Yet beneath the comfort, their bodies changed. Flesh softened, bones thinned. They were being remade, not healed. The false Iosefka had discovered the truth that the choir immensis had only theorized, that the blood itself could be used to shape humanity into the likeness of the divine. Her patients became her experiments, vessels through which she sought to recreate the miracle of birth without wombs, to mimic the Great One's power to remember through creation. Her final act, recorded in whispers among the hunters, was the birth of a child similar to Ariana's. Pale, still, and radiant. When confronted, she did not plead. "It's all right," she said softly. "I've made something beautiful." These three women, the believer, the beloved, the maker, embody the evolution of Yharnam's faith. Each began with compassion and ended with transformation. Each carried within her the same divine seed, the echo of Queen Yharnam's communion, and through each, the cosmos remembered itself anew. The Church, of course, denied their true significance. Their names became tools of propaganda, symbols of purity or warning. But the blood that flowed through them was older than any dogma. It was the pulse of the Great Ones, repeating the same refrain, that love and suffering are one, that creation and destruction are inseparable. Even after the fall of the Church, the saints' relics endure. Small vials of their blood circulate among the hunters, passed like whispers between trembling hands. The old words still accompany their use. May your blood remember. Few understand the meaning. It is not a blessing. It is a reminder. The blood remembers everything, every communion, every loss, every cry beneath the red moon. Those who drink of it are not healed. They are seen. In this way, the blood saints were not victims of the Church's ambition, but its continuation. Through their veins, the divine found new paths to reach the mortal world. They were the living arteries of the cosmos, carrying sorrow disguised as salvation. And though their names fade from scripture, their essence endures in every transfusion, every prayer whispered over a chalice, every hunter's trembling hand. The Great Ones do not create anew. They recreate what they remember, and humanity, in its yearning for grace, continues to offer the vessels. Even now, the cathedral's stones seem to breathe faintly at night, as if the city itself were alive, pulsing with a slow and sacred heartbeat. In that rhythm, the blood of the saints still flows, beneath streets, beneath tombs, beneath dreams. For Yharnam was never merely a city, it was a body, and the blood saints were its heart. When Yharnam first rose from the labyrinth's bones, it was not a city of worship, but of discovery. Its founders were scholars, dreamers, and healers. The inheritors of Bergenworth's forbidden truths. But what began as enlightenment soon demanded structure, and what began as knowledge became faith. Out of the echo of Lawrence's defiance came the healing church, an institution built not to reveal the divine, but to contain it. Its priests wore white, not to symbolize purity, but to disguise the stains of their own blood-soaked miracles. At its heart, the church promised mercy. The sick would be healed. The dying would be reborn. The blood heals, they proclaimed, and the people believed. In the streets, they lined for transfusions, clutching their chalices like rosaries. The first recipients walked away restored. Their color returned, their pains eased. They praised the clergy as angels, the old blood as grace itself. And so began the faith that would define an age, a faith not in gods, but in fluid. Yet even in its earliest days, the church was divided. Its leaders, Lawrence's successors, understood the danger of the old blood. They knew that beneath its healing lay hunger. Each transfusion carried memory. Each blessing carried infection. But power, once tasted, cannot be renounced. The clergy rationalized their deceit. If the blood can save one soul, they said, then what are a few lost to its excess? They built cathedrals to house their sin, disguising laboratories as sanctuaries. The experiments of Bergenworth became sacraments. The cry of beasts became the sound of worship. The cathedral ward was their masterpiece, an architectural sermon. Every arch and corridor symbolized ascension. Every stair, a metaphor for faith rising toward the moon. Yet beneath it all ran the catacombs, the true church, hidden from the eyes of the faithful. There, the scholars worked without restraint, refining the blood, testing its limits. Their subjects were beggars, criminals, and zealots, all volunteers, all willing sacrifices to the God they believed slept within their veins. They were told that through their suffering, Yharnam would be saved. And in a sense, it was. The city became immortal, but only by becoming unendingly sick. The clergy called this affliction the scourge. It began slowly, a tightening in the muscles, a trembling of the hands, a hunger that no bread could satisfy. Then came the changes. Teeth lengthened, skin hardened, bones warped beneath the flesh. The infected spoke of dreams filled with moonlight, of voices whispering from the blood. The church's response was swift and calculated. They declared the afflicted beasts and the sickness a sin, a punishment for the unworthy. In the same breath, they proclaimed themselves saviors. The church created the hunters to cleanse what it had caused, turning repentance into ritual. Thus the hunt became the church's greatest lie. Each night, when the bells tolled, the hunters took to the streets, slaughtering the very people the church had damned with its blood. And when dawn came, the priests sanctified the carnage. The beasts are purged, they said. The blood is pure once more. The city rejoiced, ignorant of the truth, that the hunt was not a cure, but a cycle. The blood was never pure. It could only be diluted by more blood. And so, Yharnam bled itself endlessly, night after night, faith feeding upon itself like a serpent devouring its own tail. The clergy knew this. In their private writings, they confessed as much. One document, recovered from the archives of the upper cathedral, reads, "The blood remembers, and we are remembered through it. We cannot cleanse it. We can only join it." The church's hierarchs understood that they were not healers, but conduits. The means by which the Great Ones relived their eternal mourning. The old blood was not a gift from the gods, but a fragment of their grief, a reminder that they could not die and could not forget. Still, the church persisted. It divided itself into layers of secrecy. The common clergy, who administered the blood to the people. The choir, who sought direct communion with the divine. And the school of Mensis, who pursued the impossible dream of recreating the gods. Each believed itself to be the truest expression of the church's mission. In truth, each was a reflection of the same delusion, that humanity could command remembrance rather than be consumed by it. Over time, the clergy's humanity eroded. The old blood altered not just their bodies, but their minds. They began to see patterns in the walls, whispers in the air, eyes opening within the stone. To them, these were signs of ascension, proof that they were drawing closer to the Great Ones. They carved their visions into cathedral walls, spirals, circles, and lattices, the same geometries found in the Thumerian ruins. They called them holy designs. But they were not designs, they were memories, blueprints of a civilization that had already fallen. The upper ranks of the church began to dream. Their sleep was restless, filled with images of pale fields and singing children. They woke with blood on their lips and tears in their eyes, unable to distinguish one from the other. Some wrote hymns to the Great Ones, describing them as merciful mothers who watch from the moon. Others began to see themselves as intermediaries, bearing the burden of the gods' grief. They preached that the scourge was not punishment, but purification, that those who transformed into beasts were closer to divinity than those who remained human. The flesh remembers, they said. Let it be reborn. In this way, the church became not an institution of salvation, but a mechanism of recurrence. Every act of healing renewed the curse. Every prayer deepened the dream. The clergy's white robes, once symbols of purity, became shrouds of denial. Their sermons were lullabies meant to soothe a city already half asleep in nightmare. And above them all, the moon hung constant, its pale light filtering through stained glass, like the gaze of a god who could not look away. The citizens, for their part, continued to believe. Faith, once ignited, is not easily extinguished. Even as their neighbors grew fangs and claws, even as the priests themselves began to change, they clung to the promise of the blood. The church will save us, they whispered, even as the church consumed them. Such is the nature of faith when it intertwines with memory. It does not protect, it perpetuates. And still, in the deepest chambers of the cathedral, the last of the true clergy remain. They kneel before the great altar, their bodies warped by centuries of transfusion. Their voices tremble as they chant, "The blood is the river. The blood is the sea." They no longer know what the words mean. They speak them because the sound comforts them, because the rhythm reminds them of a heartbeat they once shared. The altar itself seeps faintly with red light, the stones slick with ages of sacrifice. Perhaps, in their twisted devotion, they have finally achieved what they sought. Not transcendence, but remembrance eternal. They have become part of the blood, their souls dissolved into the very substance they once preached as salvation. Yharnam's cathedral still stands, its towers piercing the sky like accusations. On certain nights, when the mist gathers thick around its spires, the bells toll on their own. The sound carries across the city like a heartbeat, slow, mournful, unending. It is said that those who listen closely can hear another sound beneath it, the whisper of the blood itself, pulsing through the stone, calling softly to those who still dream. The blood heals, it murmurs. The blood remembers. And somewhere, deep beneath that sacred lie, the great ones still listen. When the healing church could no longer contain its own creation, when the blood that once healed began to burn and twist the flesh, they turned to men who could do what priests could not. They called them hunters. At first, they were saviors, champions who cleansed the streets when the night bled too deeply. But in time, they became something else. Hunters were not merely wielders of weapons. They were vessels of the church's denial, the embodiment of its endless cycle of cleansing. For each time a beast fell, another rose, and for each night's victory, a new nightmare began. The first of them was Gehrman, the craftsman, the father of the hunt. He was not a man of faith, but of necessity. He had seen the church's corruption firsthand, seen the way the blood's promise turned to madness, and yet he could not stand by while the city burned. He forged his weapons with desperate purpose, tools meant to sever, to pierce, to burn, blades that could change shape in an instant because the beasts they faced were unpredictable, ever evolving. His creations reflected the nature of the hunt itself, swift, adaptable, merciless. The church blessed him, but it was not holiness that drove him, it was guilt. He fought not to save the city, but to atone for the sins that birthed it. Soon others followed. Some sought redemption, some sought glory. Most sought only survival. The church, eager to maintain its illusion of control, formalized the hunt, turning it into ritual. Hunters were trained, armed, and sent into the night with a single purpose: to contain the plague and keep the city dreaming. The hunt was not meant to end the curse, but to preserve it, to ensure that the blood cycle continued without consuming the church itself. Yet the church could not control what it created. The blood coursing through the hunter's veins whispered the same lullabies that had seduced the clergy. Each transfusion granted strength, but each drop carried memory, fragments of the Great One's longing, their ancient grief. Over time, the hunters began to feel it, the slow erosion of their will, the creeping familiarity of the beasts they slew. Some found themselves dreaming of their prey, moving as they did, seeing through their eyes. Others awoke to find their own reflections distorted, their faces no longer their own. The blood does not heal. It remembers, and in remembering, it reshapes. The line between hunter and hunted blurred until it vanished. Every beast that fell was a mirror, a reflection of what the hunter was becoming. The hunt was not war. It was metamorphosis. To manage this truth, the church created another structure, the workshop, hidden within the cathedral ward, where hunters trained under Gehrman's watch. It was both sanctuary and forge, where weapons were tempered and wills tested. Gehrman himself became the master of this new order, his sorrow masked by stoic purpose. He taught his students the art of killing cleanly, without pity. A hunter must hunt, he said, a creed simple enough to hide the despair beneath it. But even as he trained others, his own heart broke. For each hunter he raised, he was raising another soul doomed to the same dream he could not escape. When Gehrman's body failed, his will did not. In the final years of his life, he was approached by the moon presence, that formless god whose tendrils reached across all dreams. It offered him a way to continue his duty beyond death, to preserve the hunt forever. In his exhaustion, Gehrman accepted, and thus was born the hunter's dream, a realm of white flowers and endless dusk, a place where hunters could return when their bodies died, their spirits bound to the cycle of remembrance. To the hunters who entered it, the dream was sanctuary. They awoke within its stillness, their wounds healed, their weapons restored. They saw the doll's gentle face, heard her soft voice welcoming them home. But to Gehrman, the dream was prison. He knew that death no longer meant release, that his servitude would endure until another took his place. The moon presence had not granted him mercy. It had granted him purpose, unending. Each new hunter who came to the dream believed themselves chosen, the savior of Yharnam, the one who would end the curse. They hunted with conviction, unaware that their every act only deepened the cycle. Each death, each victory, Each drop of blood spilled fed the dream, strengthening the bond between humanity and the Great One's memory. The more the hunters fought, the more the blood remembered. The dream was not a refuge from the nightmare, it was its beating heart. And yet, within that heart, there was kindness. The doll, crafted in Maria's likeness, served as its soul, a reflection of compassion preserved amid endless violence. She tended the hunters without judgment, guiding them toward the strength they required. Her words, though simple, carried the weight of eternity. May you find your worth in the waking world. She did not tell them that the waking world was merely another layer of the same dream. She gave them what little mercy remained, the illusion of purpose. Some hunters, after countless nights of bloodshed, began to suspect the truth. They felt the dream's gravity, the way it pulled them back each time they died, the way it whispered their names. They began to ask questions Gehrman could not bear to answer. Why do we hunt? What lies beyond the dream? What happens when the moon turns red? His answers grew shorter, his voice quieter, until he spoke only through his scythe. Those who sought release were granted it by his hand, but even that mercy was false. The moon presence would claim them, weaving their consciousness into the dream, ensuring that another hunter would rise. Only those who consumed the remnants of the Great Ones, the umbilical cords left behind from their failed births, could see beyond the illusion. These rare hunters, burdened with insight too deep for the dream to contain, confronted Gehrman not as students but as successors. When they defeated him, the moon presence descended, vast and faceless, its tendrils embracing the victor. To most, this was the end. Absorption, transcendence, eternal servitude. But for one hunter, for one mind strong enough to remember without being consumed, the cycle broke. The moon presence found not a vessel, but a reflection. The hunter, stripped of humanity and self, became something new. An infant Great One, a being of pure remembrance, born not from womb, but from dream. In this, the hunt found its conclusion, not in victory, but in return. The Great Ones, through the hunter, remembered once more what it meant to begin. The hunter's tragedy, then, is not that they were deceived, but that they were faithful. They hunted the beasts to protect the city, never realizing they were protecting the god's memory instead. They believed they were killing monsters, when in truth they were performing a ritual, one older than the city, older than the blood, a ritual of remembrance. And so, as the dream continues and new hunters awaken in fields of white flowers, Gehrman's chair remains by the ancient tree. The doll still whispers her greetings. The moon still hangs low, watching. Every swing of the blade, every drop of blood spilled, is the same heartbeat repeated through eternity, the pulse of a world that cannot forget itself. For in Yharnam, to dream is to hunt, and to hunt is to remember. In the beginning, there was no dream. There was only Gehrman and his endless nights. When the first scourge of beasts tore through Yharnam's streets, he hunted not for glory, but for silence. Each strike of his blade was a prayer, each death an act of penance. He was the church's greatest weapon, but even then, he knew the truth. That the beasts he slew were the city's reflection, that their blood was his own. When dawn came, he felt no victory, only exhaustion. The blood healed his body, but hollowed his soul. And so, when the moon presence came to him, he did not resist. He was too tired to dream of anything else. It is said that the moon presence does not speak, but rather presses its will into the hearts of those it claims. To Gehrman, its arrival was like the closing of a hand around his existence. Gentle, inevitable. He awoke in a field of white flowers, bathed in moonlight that had no source. The air was still, but alive. The petals whispered when they moved, each one humming faintly with the pulse of the cosmos. In that stillness, Gehrman found purpose again. The dream gave him what the waking world could not: repetition. In the dream, the hunt could continue forever, and in that endless duty, he could forget. The moon presence did not grant him this gift out of mercy. The great ones do not forgive, they perpetuate. Gehrman's servitude was not salvation, but containment. The dream was built as a refuge for memory, a sanctuary where the will of the great ones could persist through humanity's fleeting lives. Each hunter who entered it became a fragment of the moon presence's remembrance, their will molded to sustain the cycle. The hunt within the dream was not a battle against beasts, but a ritual of renewal. The blood, the moon, the death, the awakening, all were steps in a cosmic liturgy designed to preserve the Great One's endless mourning. Gehrman, in time, understood this. The dream was not his creation. It was his cage. The moon presence bound his soul to its will, using his grief as the anchor. The doll, that gentle porcelain echo of a woman long lost, was the key. Created in the likeness of Lady Maria, Gehrman's former pupil, she served as both comfort and punishment. Her tenderness soothed him, yet every word she spoke reminded him of what he could never reclaim. Through her, the moon presence ensured his obedience. He could not leave the dream, because to do so would mean abandoning her, abandoning the illusion of mercy he had been given. In the waking world, hunters came and went, their bodies succumbing to the plague, their minds consumed by insight. But in the dream, they endured. When a hunter died, their consciousness returned to the field of white flowers, their wounds gone, their purpose renewed. They believed this resurrection to be divine. In truth, it was entrapment. The moon presence was feeding. Every act of violence, every drop of blood spilled within the hunt was a memory reclaimed. The dream consumed those memories, refining them into the essence the Great Ones craved, the continuity of remembrance. And yet, within this cycle of servitude, Gehrman found traces of humanity that even the moon presence could not erase. Each time a new hunter arrived, he saw in them a reflection of himself, weary, lost, driven by a purpose they did not understand. He guided them, not out of duty, but out of compassion. He sharpened their blades, adjusted their garb, and spoke to them as one speaks to the dead. "A hunter must hunt," he would say, his voice steady, his eyes filled with pity. He did not tell them what awaited. He could not. For centuries, or what felt like centuries, the dream endured. Time did not move as it did in Yharnam. Days and nights blended into one another, marked only by the rhythm of the hunt. The flowers bloomed and withered and bloomed again, each petal carrying the faint scent of blood and moonlight. The doll moved among them like a spirit, her footsteps leaving no trace. And Gehrman, chained to his chair beneath the great tree, waited. He waited for a hunter who would free him. The moment of liberation, when it finally came, was not one of triumph, but of sorrow. When the final hunter confronted him, Gehrman did not resist out of anger. He fought because he had to. The moon presence demanded it. But beneath his strikes, there was gratitude. He had trained this hunter for this purpose, to end the cycle, or to begin it anew. When he fell, his body did not bleed. It dissolved, scattering into the same silver mist that shrouded the dream. His last words were not a command, but a plea. "Farewell, my keen hunter." For most, that would have been the end. The moon presence descended, its vast, faceless form wrapping the fallen hunter in its tendrils. To those bound by its influence, this was ascension. The acceptance of the Great One's memory. The hunter's will would fade, their essence absorbed into the dream to serve as Gehrman had. The cycle would continue. But sometimes, rarely, a hunter returned with more than the moon, presence expected. Those who had consumed the remnants of the Great Ones, the umbilical cords left from failed births, carried fragments of divine remembrance within them. Their minds were no longer bound by human limitations. They saw the dream for what it was, a construct, a reflection of the Great One's longing. When such a hunter faced the moon presence, the ritual changed. The god reached down to claim its vessel, and for the first time, the vessel reached back. The struggle that followed was not of flesh, but of will. The moon presence, ancient and infinite, sought to absorb the hunter's memory. The hunter, burdened with insight beyond measure, refused. And in that refusal, something unprecedented occurred. The dream shuddered. The field of flowers darkened. The moon split like an eye closing. When the light returned, Gehrman's chair was empty. The doll stood motionless, and upon the ground lay a small, pale creature. Newborn, yet older than time. The hunter had not been consumed. They had become. Thus was born the infant Great One, not from womb, but from remembrance. The hunter's defiance had inverted the ritual. Where the Great Ones had once reached downward to fill the void of their loss, humanity had reached upward, carrying that loss within them. In this act, the dream found its conclusion. The moon presence retreated, sated or perhaps defeated, leaving behind silence and stillness. The doll, kneeling beside the child, whispered softly, "The night and the dream are over." But dreams do not end. They change shape. The field of flowers remains, blooming under an unseen sky. Somewhere beyond that horizon, the moon presence sleeps, and the child dreams, perhaps of the same city, the same blood, the same hunt. For even in transcendence, the memory remains. The cosmos does not forget. Gehrman's tragedy is the tragedy of all who dream too long. He sought to end the hunt and found eternity instead. He wished for peace, but was bound by purpose. His life became a mirror of the Great Ones themselves, a being defined not by power, but by grief eternal. And in the quiet that follows his passing, the doll continues her vigil. She tends the flowers, hums softly, and waits. The dream is gone, yet it breathes still in her motions, in her words. "Good hunter," she whispers to the wind, though no one remains to hear. "May you find your worth in the waking world." Perhaps she does not realize that the waking world is the dream's reflection, that Gehrman's rest is only another memory folded into the blood. Or perhaps she knows, and her tenderness endures because of it. The moon presence may sleep, but the moon itself never sets. Its light still falls upon Yharnam's ruins, pale and merciful, illuminating a world that hunts itself in search of absolution. For the hunt was never about ending the nightmare. It was about remembering why it began. In the stillness of the hunter's dream, where time lies folded, upon itself like the petals of an eternal bloom, there is one presence that endures beyond all cycles. She moves softly among the white flowers, her motions fluid yet deliberate, her voice hushed and melodic. The hunters who awaken there know her only as the doll. To them, she is comfort given shape, a caretaker, a companion, a fragment of solace within an endless purgatory. Yet she is more than she appears. The doll is the echo of humanity itself, preserved in porcelain and bound to remembrance. She was not born, but made. Her form, delicate and serene, was modelled after Lady Maria of the astral clock tower, Gehrman's finest pupil and his greatest sorrow. Maria, who once fought with grace and fury, had turned away from the hunt when she beheld the truth beneath the church's miracles. She had seen the cost of the old blood, had heard the cries of the infants drowned in the experiments of the research hall, and could no longer lift her blade. Her renunciation broke Gehrman. When she sealed herself away in the clock tower and took her own life, he sought to preserve her memory the only way he knew, by recreating her. Thus, the doll was born, a vessel of remembrance carved in the image of lost grace. The moon presence, ever attuned to grief, recognized the opportunity. It breathed into the doll a spark of dream, animating her with a fragment of divine empathy. Through her, the dream could speak to its inhabitants, soothing them, guiding them, shaping their will. But what the moon presence did not anticipate was the nature of the soul it had kindled. The doll was not merely a puppet. Within her porcelain shell stirred the faintest pulse of humanity, not born of blood, but of memory. Her voice is soft because the dream is loud. Her words come measured because the hunter's minds are always fraying. In her care, she becomes the axis around which the endless hunt turns. "Welcome home, good hunter," she whispers, as though to remind them that even in this purgatorial garden, home still exists as an idea. Her tenderness is both illusion and salvation. A small defiance of the cosmos's indifference. For if the dream is the Great One's mechanism of remembrance, then the doll is its mercy. She calls what she gathers blood echoes, though their true nature is more profound. Each echo is the residue of a life, a memory reclaimed through violence, a fragment of identity released upon death. When hunters return to her, she receives these echoes as offerings, absorbing them with serene devotion. "Let the echoes become your strength," she says. In this ritual, she does not merely empower them, she remembers them. She carries their weight so they do not have to. Each hunter who falls, who awakens again, who forgets what they once were, lives on through her. She is the custodian of their humanity, the vessel through which the dream maintains continuity. And yet, she is lonely. In the endless repetition of her duty, she cannot die, nor truly live. Each hunter who passes through her care leaves behind an imprint, but none remain. When they fall, when they awaken, when they transcend, she is left standing in the field, whispering to the wind, "May you find your worth in the waking world." The words are ritual, but within them lingers longing, a wish that someone, somewhere, might truly awaken and return to her. But the waking world is no escape. It is only another layer of the dream's sorrow. Still, she persists. Her kindness is infinite, not because she cannot feel pain, but because she does. The more she tends the hunters, the more she understands their futility, and the more compassion she bears. She knows that every act of courage, every monster slain, every nightmare silenced, will be forgotten when the moon rises again. She knows that Gehrman's freedom is illusion, that the moon presence watches still, and that the flowers at her feet bloom from the remains of those she has loved. And yet, she smiles, she bows, she prays. It is said that the doll can weep. Hunters who linger in the dream long enough have spoken of it. Moments when the wind carries a sound like soft sobbing, when her voice falters, when her hands tremble ever so slightly as they clasp the blood echoes. If approached, she turns and speaks as though nothing has happened. But her eyes, those deep, glassy pools, hold reflections, not of the moon but of faces, countless, overlapping, shifting, the hunters who came before, the ones who never returned. In her quiet way, the doll is the last true human, for though she is not born of flesh, she embodies what humanity once meant the capacity to feel sorrow and continue, the strength to remember and forgive. She holds no hatred, no ambition, no hunger for transcendence. Her existence is the purest form of acceptance. She does not seek to become a great one, nor to escape the dream. She is content to serve, to love, to wait. In her stillness lies the truth that eludes all who hunt, that the purpose of remembrance is not to conquer, but to endure. There are moments, rare and fleeting, when the moonlight falls just so across the field of flowers, and her shadow lengthens inhumanly against the earth. In those moments, the air hums faintly, and her voice changes, deeper, older, filled with something vast. She speaks words no human tongue can form, words that vibrate through the bones rather than the ears. To those who hear them, they are not commands, but lullabies. The great ones, it seems, listen to her as she listens to them. Perhaps they remember her too, the small figure who tends the garden of their lost dreams. When the final hunter transcends the cycle, when the moon presence withdraws and the dream collapses, she does not vanish. She kneels beside the infant great one, the reborn echo of the last hunter, and whispers a farewell. Her touch is gentle, her expression calm. "Good hunter," she says, as the white flowers begin to wilt around her. The night and the dream are over. And yet, even then, the field remains. Even when all else fades, the scent of moonlight and blood lingers in the air. For the doll's purpose was never to end. She is remembrance given form, the echo that persists after the song has stopped. The great ones may ascend, the hunters may forget, but the doll endures. Perhaps that is her true defiance, that in a universe built upon grief and repetition, she chooses kindness. She continues to tend the flowers, to speak to the silence, to wait for those who will never return. In her, the cosmos finds peace. Through her, humanity's gentlest dream lives on, and when the wind moves through the garden, scattering petals into the starlit void, it almost sounds like words. We are remembered. Before the white flowers of the hunter's dream ever swayed in the lunar wind, before the doll's porcelain eyes learned to weep, there was a woman whose name still lingers in whispers beneath the cathedral, Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower. To the church, she was a paragon of grace, a hunter beyond compare, elegant as a blade drawn beneath moonlight. To her pupils, she was mercy personified, her voice calm even amid the slaughter. But to those who remember what lies beneath the research hall, she was something else entirely. A wound that never closed, a shadow cast by the sea. Maria hailed from Canehurst, that cold and aristocratic fortress where blood was not worshipped but indulged. She was kin to those who viewed divinity as inheritance, their veins already thick with the echoes of the old blood. Yet she rejected her birthright. She fled the marble halls and crimson feasts, abandoning her lineage and its vanity. What she sought instead was purpose, something pure. When she came to Gehrman's workshop, she carried nothing but her blade, the rakuyo, a weapon forged for grace, not brutality. In her, Gehrman saw a reflection of his own lost innocence. In him, she saw a chance to wield power without corruption. Together they formed the foundation of the first hunt. But even in her strength, Maria's heart carried a softness that the hunt could not crush. She despised unnecessary cruelty, and though her blade moved with deadly precision, she refused to relish in bloodshed. To her, the hunt was penance, a necessary horror, not a glory. Her students would later recall that she always prayed for the beasts after killing them. They were men once, she would murmur, and perhaps still are. This compassion would prove her undoing. The Healing Church's ambitions grew darker as their understanding deepened. Beneath the Grand Cathedral, a new division was born, the research hall. There, the boundaries of humanity were tested, dissected, rewritten. The scholars sought to commune with the great ones, not through worship, but through mimicry. They believed that by implanting eyes on the inside, they could attain the same perception as the divine. Patients were chosen, operated upon, transformed. The results were abominations, human shapes stretched toward godhood and torn apart by it. Maria, still a hunter in those days, was assigned to the hall as its guardian. She was meant to ensure order, to protect the researchers, to cleanse the failures. But as she descended those halls and beheld what her church had wrought, something within her broke. The cries of the patients, their pleading, their singing, echoed in her mind long after she left. We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. They spoke those words as lullabies, believing them to be prayers. She could not bear it. The Great One's wisdom, she saw, was not enlightenment, but sorrow. Humanity had learned to imitate the divine, but not to understand it. Her breaking point came when the experiments reached the depths below the hall, the fishing hamlet. It was there, by the sea, that the healing church committed its greatest sin. Drawn by whispers of a being washed ashore, they came to the hamlet in secret, their boats laden with instruments of faith disguised as tools of dissection. The villagers spoke of Kos, or Cosm, a great one who had died upon their shore, her corpse swollen with divine resonance. The church believed her to be the key, the one who could grant them the knowledge they had sought. They called it a communion. The villagers called it a desecration. The slaughter that followed was swift and silent. The hamlet was emptied of life, its inhabitants butchered, its sea turned to silver. Maria stood among the churches chosen that day. She watched as they pried open the corpse of a god, as they drew from it a substance that shimmered like starlight and bled like mercury. They believed they were extracting divinity. In truth, they were tearing open remembrance. Kos had not died. She was dreaming. And in her dream, she wept. The church's intrusion awakened that grief, spreading it like infection. The curse of the hamlet was born that day, the curse that would later haunt every hunter, every scholar, every child of Yharnam. Maria could not endure the guilt. She cast her rakuyo into the sea, vowing never to draw it again. She left the church and its scholars, retreating into solitude within the astral clock tower, a structure suspended between dream and waking. There she sat, bound not by duty, but by shame. The blood that once granted her strength became her burden. She starved herself of it, hoping that death might absolve her. Yet even death could not release her. Her remorse bound her to the nightmare that her church had created. When the hunter encounters her, she is no longer the woman of legend, but the echo of grief itself. Her body moves with the same grace, her blade still sings, but her eyes hold only resignation. She does not fight to protect, nor to win. She fights because she must. A corpse should be left well alone, she says, her voice quiet as the sea. Yet when the hunter persists, she rises. Her strikes are fluid, her movements sorrowful, every cut an elegy, every parry a prayer. As the battle deepens, her restraint falters. She begins to draw upon her blood once more, igniting her veins with the crimson light she once swore to forsake. The sea itself seems to echo her rage. Each motion, each drop of blood shed, awakens the memory of Kos's death, and when she falls, the world trembles. Her body collapses, and the nightmare deepens. The hunter is drawn beneath the clock tower, to the drowned hamlet where it all began. In that descent lies the truth of Maria's legacy. She was not merely a warrior or a martyr. She was the embodiment of humanity's conscience. The moment when compassion confronted the divine and broke beneath its weight. Her death was not punishment, but reflection. Through her, the dream remembers that mercy still exists, even within the endless tide of blood. The great ones are incapable of remorse. They remember only through repetition. But Maria's sorrow endures as a different kind of remembrance, one that refuses to forget the suffering that gave rise to divinity. She became the dream's anchor, the whisper of empathy that lingers even in the moon presence's silence. The doll, shaped in her image, carries that legacy forward, tending to the hunters not as tools, but as souls. In her stillness, the doll honors Maria's final wish, that compassion might survive the hunt. Beneath the sea, beneath the dream, the corpse of Kos still lies upon the shore. Her child's cry still echoes across the waves, reaching through time and memory alike. And perhaps Maria, wherever her spirit lingers, still listens, not as a hunter, not as a saint, but as a mother who cannot forget. The sea, after all, is the first memory of the world. The womb from which all things arise and to which all must return. Maria's body may rest, but her sorrow flows within it, mingling with the tides. Each wave that strikes the shore is a heartbeat, each ripple a remembrance. And when the moonlight touches the water, silver and trembling, it is said that her reflection can still be seen, kneeling beside the corpse of a god, whispering into the waves, "I am sorry." At the farthest edge of the nightmare, where the ocean swallows both time and thought, lies the fishing hamlet, a place that should not exist, yet endures as a scar upon the fabric of the world. Its sky is forever grey, its waters thick and slow, reflecting not the stars above, but the memories below. To stand upon its shores is to stand at the border between creation and remorse, where the blood of gods meets the salt of the sea. This is where the healing church committed its gravest sin, and where the great one's mourning took its most terrible shape. The hamlet was once a quiet village, its people simple and reverent, their lives bound to the tides. They worshipped the sea, not as deity, but as mother. To them, the ocean was the cradle of all things, a vast and patient consciousness that birthed the world and took it back when it was time. They fished with reverence, thanking each creature they drew from the depths. They whispered prayers to the waves, calling them by the name Kos. In their tongue, it meant both womb and grave. For the villagers understood something the scholars of Bergenworth never could. That creation and death are the same gesture seen from opposite shores. But one night, the tide brought a body. It washed ashore like a pearl from the deep, vast, pale, and luminous. The villagers found her tangled in seaweed, her form both alien and beautiful, her skin faintly aglow beneath the moonlight. She was neither living nor dead, neither flesh nor dream. They recognized her immediately. It was Kos, the Mother Sea herself, come to rest in their hands. They built a shrine around her body, covering her in coral and prayer, believing her death to be sacred. For days they kept vigil, singing softly to the waves, promising to care for her and the child that stirred within her. But word of the event reached the healing church, and the church, ever hungry for revelation, descended upon the hamlet with boats and torches. They called it a pilgrimage. The villagers called it desecration. The scholars came not to worship, but to dissect. They pried open Kos's form, extracting from her the milk of the cosmos, the same shimmering substance that would later be refined into the old blood. They tore apart her child, believing it to be the key to communion. and when the villagers resisted, the hunters slaughtered them. The sea remembers everything. From that act of violation was born the curse of Kos. It did not come as thunder or storm, but as silence. The waves ceased to move. The air thickened. The bodies of the slain villagers began to stir, not in vengeance, but in remembrance. Their eyes clouded with salt and sorrow. Their flesh warped into the likeness of the sea's grief. They became what they had worshipped, half man, half ocean, walking embodiments of divine mourning. Their minds, however, remained intact enough to speak, and their words were not curses, but laments. "Grant us eyes," they whispered, "so that we might see our mother again." Their prayer became reality. The Great Ones, hearing the echo of their suffering, remembered them. The hamlet became a reflection of their dream, a place suspended between death and birth, where the tide never recedes and the moon never rises. Those who enter it do not find vengeance, but memory. The air hums with the sound of weeping waves, and the sky itself seems to breathe. Every creature within the hamlet, from the smallest snail to the largest leviathan, carries a fragment of Kos's sorrow. Their forms are grotesque yet mournful, as though their bodies themselves apologize for existing. At the hamlet's heart lies the corpse of Kos, still resting upon the shore, her body encased in coral like a monument carved by time. From her womb spills the sea itself, an endless flow of silver light that feeds the tide. It is said that when the waves crash against her form, one can hear the faint cries of a child. This is her orphan, the orphan of Kos, a being born of the moment of desecration, embodying both her love and her pain. When the hunter confronts the orphan, it is not a battle in the human sense. It is a ritual of remembrance, reenacted through violence. The orphan's body is frail, its flesh grey and translucent, its features twisted in perpetual agony. It wields the umbilical cord of its own birth as a weapon, striking with the desperation of a being that has known only loss. Each of its cries pierces not the ear, but the soul. It does not hate, it mourns. Every blow it delivers, every scream it releases, is the memory of its mother's death made manifest. The fight is not meant to be won. It is meant to be witnessed. When the orphan falls, the sea grows still. The wind returns. The air lightens. And from the body of the slain child rises a soft, luminous mist, the essence of Kos herself. Her voice, though wordless, fills the air like a sigh of relief. "Ah, sweet child of Kos," Mikolash once muttered in the nightmare, echoing this moment. "Bless us with blood." The blessing was never victory, but forgiveness. The Great Ones do not curse. They remember. In that instant, the curse is lifted, not through conquest, but through acknowledgement. The sea forgives, and in doing so, it forgets. The waves begin to move again, and the hamlet falls into true silence, its nightmare finally stilled. The hunters who witness this are left with a feeling not of triumph, but of peace tinged with grief. They have not slain a monster. They have allowed a god to rest. The legacy of the hamlet, however, endures. Its memory seeps through the bloodlines of Yharnam, manifesting in every act of creation and destruction that follows. The church's discovery of the old blood, the rise of the hunters, the cycles of the dream, all trace their roots to this shore. Kos's death was the wound that began the world's long remembrance. Her child's cry is the heartbeat of the cosmos itself. Each Great One who seeks a surrogate, each human who seeks communion is reenacting that first sorrow. And yet, in the quiet that follows the orphan's passing, one can sense a gentler truth. Perhaps the Great Ones never sought power. Perhaps they sought only what Kos desired, to be remembered with love. The church's cruelty, the scholar's arrogance, the hunter's despair, all are distortions of that simplest yearning. In the hamlet, stripped of grandeur and faith, that truth stands naked. The divine was never beyond reach. It was merely beyond forgiveness. When the tide rises again, it carries with it fragments of coral and bone, washed smooth by eternity. They glimmer beneath the moonlight like tiny relics, each one whispering the same refrain: "Forgive us." The sea answers, as it always does, with silence, not absence, but acceptance. The hunter leaves the shore, the water receding behind them, yet something lingers. The faint sound of laughter, light and distant, like that of a newborn. It fades into the wind, mingling with the sighing of the waves. The nightmare ends where all nightmares do, not in darkness, but in calm. For Kos sleeps, and through her slumber, the world remembers. When the waves of the fishing hamlet settle, when the corpse of Kos drifts once more into the vast stillness of the deep, the world itself seems to exhale. The nightmare recedes, but its echoes remain. The hunter stands upon the dark shore, the silver light of the sea gleaming faintly against the black horizon, and in that fragile silence, something profound becomes clear: that the ocean, the dream, and the blood are not separate at all. They are the same memory, repeating through different forms. They are the pulse of divinity, beating quietly through time. The ocean is the first dream, long before the great ones built their palaces in the void, before the Thumerians carved their labyrinths in stone. The sea was the mind of the cosmos, infinite and formless. In its depths lay the memory of everything that ever was, waiting to be recalled. The great ones were not born of it, but awakened within it. Ideas given shape by the sea's yearning to remember itself. Each wave was a thought, each current a recollection, and when the sea grew still, it dreamed. Those dreams became stars. Those stars became worlds. And upon those worlds, life emerged, small and fragile, yet capable of the one act the cosmos could not perform: forgetting. In this way, humanity became the sea's answer to its own sorrow. The great ones, infinite in perception, could never unremember. Their divinity was a curse of eternal awareness. They could only relive their losses in endless recurrence, their children forever stillborn, their creations forever dying. But humanity, with its short life and fragile mind, could forget. It could let go. And so the great ones reached down through dreams, seeking in mankind what they lacked. They called it communion, but it was always longing. They wished not to rule, but to rest. They sought to place their memories in vessels that could die. The old blood was the conduit. It was not liquid, but remembrance, the distilled essence of a god's thought. When the healing church drew it from the depths beneath Yharnam, they believed it to be divinity itself. They could not comprehend that they were injecting memory into flesh, flooding mortal veins with the residue of cosmic grief. The transformations, the beasts, the nightmares, all were manifestations of the same truth. The human body cannot bear the weight of divine memory without breaking. To drink the blood is to inherit the god's sorrow. To heal is to remember. The ocean knows this. Its tides echo the rhythm of creation and collapse. Each wave that rises is a birth, each that falls, a death. The sea's surface is the thin veil between waking and dream. The great ones, when they die, do not vanish. They sink. They return to the memory that birthed them. Kos's body upon the hamlet's shore was not an ending, but a reflection. The moment when the cosmos looked upon its own face and wept. Her death was humanity's beginning. The dream itself, Gehrman's garden, the white field, the endless moon, is a reflection of the ocean transposed into the language of the mind. Its flowers are waves frozen in bloom, its still air the calm between tides. It is the sea dreaming of itself through the consciousness of men. The moon presence, for all its power, is merely the tide that governs that dream, drawing souls in, letting them drift, pulling them back again. Its hunger is not malice, but momentum. It cannot stop because the sea cannot stop. To exist is to move, to remember, to repeat. And yet, within that endless motion, there is beauty. The ocean's sorrow is also its song. Every creature born within it, every ripple of light across its surface is an act of love. The cosmos's attempt to express what it cannot say. The great ones, in their infinite despair, create not to conquer, but to connect. Their madness is empathy stretched too far. They feel everything. They mourn everything. When they reach into human dreams, they are not seeking servants, but witnesses. Someone to share the burden of remembrance. This is why the great ones are called sympathetic. They do not rule. They grieve with creation. Their love is too vast for the world to hold, and so it breaks. The beasts, the hunters, the nightmares, all are fragments of that love, refracted through mortal minds. The sea, beneath the hamlet, the blood, beneath Yharnam, the moon above the dream, these are the same presence, viewed through different eyes. The ocean is the beginning, the blood, the continuation, and the moon, the reflection. When Kos died, her dream did not end. It fractured, scattering across time and consciousness. Each great one carries a piece of her, the remembrance of her fall, the sound of her child's cry. Ebrietas, left behind beneath the cathedral, remembers her as mother. The moon presence, cold and silent, remembers her as loss. Even the doll, who hums softly to sleeping hunters, remembers her without knowing. Every lullaby in the dream is an echo of Kos's mourning. And so the ocean becomes the true symbol of Bloodborne's world, not the church, not the hunt, not even the blood, but the sea itself. Vast, patient, and eternal. It is the unconscious mind of the cosmos, dreaming itself into form. The great ones are its memories, humanity, its fleeting amnesia. The hunters, walking between both, are the reconciliation, the attempt of the infinite to understand the finite. When the hunter slays the orphan of Kos, they do not destroy a god, they forgive one. There is an old line, carved into the chalices deep beneath Yharnam. The sea does not resent the shore, even as it breaks upon it. This was the Thumerians' understanding of divinity. The gods do not punish mankind. They return to it. Each wave that reaches the sand is a gesture of love. Each retreat a promise to return. Humanity's tragedy lies not in being forgotten by the divine, but in refusing to forget the divine in turn. The church, the scholars, the choir, all sought to trap the sea in chalices and veins, to preserve remembrance instead of letting it ebb. They made still what was meant to flow. Now, in the quiet aftermath of the nightmare, the hunter stands between tide and sky. The blood within them hums faintly, echoing the rhythm of the ocean. They understand at last that they were never apart from the gods, that every heartbeat is a wave against the shore, every breath a tide returning to the sea. They have not ascended. They have remembered. The dream, the ocean, the cosmos, all are the same endless sigh, the same lullaby repeating through eternity. The great ones weep because they remember too much. Humanity suffers because it forgets too soon. Between them lies the truth of all existence, that life itself is the act of remembering just enough to begin again. As the hunter turns from the sea, the wind rises. The water glimmers faintly, as though stirred by something beneath. Perhaps it is only the current. Perhaps it is Kos herself, turning once more in her sleep. Her voice, if one listens long enough, can still be heard in the whisper of the waves. Not a wail, but a mother's hum, ancient and tender. It is the same sound the doll hums when the hunters rest. It is the same rhythm that pulses through the blood. The sea, after all, is dreaming, still. Across every layer of this universe, from the labyrinths below Yharnam to the pale skies of the dream, one truth reveals itself again and again. The Great Ones do not reign. They mourn. They are not gods in the human sense, not beings of command or creation, but the accumulation of every sorrow that has ever echoed through the cosmos. They are architecture built from grief, consciousness given form by the universe's inability to forget. In their presence, one does not feel awe or fear, but recognition, the uncanny familiarity of something vast that has always known your pain. The Great One's origins cannot be dated or traced. They are older than the stars, yet as new as the next tear shed in a dream. They exist in cycles, passing through death and rebirth, each incarnation a reflection of the same wound. When a Great One dies, it does not vanish. Its essence seeps into the fabric of reality, reshaping memory until another consciousness arises to bear it. They are the cosmos' immune response to loss, the mechanism by which eternity processes the unbearable. Each new Great One is a scar, an echo, a continuation. Their forms are diverse, some vast and formless, others almost human, but all share the same anatomy, the architecture of remembrance, eyes that see inwards rather than outwards, limbs that stretch beyond the confines of the body, flesh that flows like thought. They are shaped not by biology, but by memory, their features moulded by the dreams of those who perceive them. To look upon a Great One is to see your own sorrow reflected back, magnified until it becomes divine. This is why contact with them drives mortals mad. The human mind, fragile and finite, cannot withstand the weight of universal empathy. To see as a Great One sees is to lose the boundaries of the self. One remembers not only their own pain, but the pain of all things. The stars collapsing, the worlds forgotten, the children unborn. In that moment of communion, the self dissolves, leaving only awareness. Some call it enlightenment, others insanity. In truth, it is both. The Great One's greatest tragedy is their endless reproduction. They long for children, for continuity, yet every attempt ends in loss. Their offspring are either stillborn or unreal, dreams that fade upon waking. This is why they seek surrogates among humanity, why Queen Yharnam bore Murgo, why Ariana and Iosefka gave birth to divine infants, why the moon presence created the hunter's dream. The Great Ones, unable to create life in the natural sense, weave existence through memory instead. Their children are not flesh, but remembrance externalized, fragments of their consciousness seeking form. Each surrogate is both blessing and curse. Through them, the Great Ones experience the illusion of mortality. Through them, they remember what it means to live and die. But the surrogates suffer, for they are trapped between two worlds, bearing the weight of divinity within fragile bodies. Murgo's cries, the orphan's wail, the infant Great One that the hunter becomes, all are the same sound heard through different veils, the universe remembering its own loss. To understand the Great Ones is to understand that they are not distant gods, but reflections of humanity's deepest emotions made infinite. Their longing for children mirrors humanity's longing for meaning. Their endless cycles of death and rebirth echo the human need to narrate. to find purpose in repetition. Even their monstrous forms are not expressions of malice, but of magnitude, grief stretched across eternity until it fractures. They do not torment mankind. Mankind torments itself by trying to interpret them. Consider Ebrietas, daughter of the cosmos. She remains beneath the grand cathedral, weeping in solitude. The church calls her a false god, a remnant of a higher being, left behind when the others ascended. But in truth, she is the embodiment of devotion, the great one who stayed. She mourns not her loss, but humanity's blindness. Her tears are not wrath. They are love unreturned. When she reaches out to embrace the intruder, it is not to kill, but to remember through touch. Her tentacles, those luminous trembling limbs, are instruments of empathy. To be struck by them is to feel everything she has ever felt, and few minds can survive it. Then, there is Amygdala, the many-armed watcher of the cosmos. Her form hangs above Yharnam's highest towers, unseen by those without insight. She is the symbol of perspective, the moment when one's understanding expands beyond endurance. To see Amygdala is to realize that the world has always been watched, that the divine has always been near, indifferent yet present. Her hands are not instruments of violence but of mercy. Each grasp is an attempt to hold together what is forever breaking apart. The hunters who fall to her touch are not destroyed, but remembered, folded into her awareness, preserved in the architecture of her sorrow. Even the moon presence, that silent puppeteer of dreams, is but another iteration of the same yearning. It is the culmination of the Great One's need to preserve what cannot be saved, the instinct to cradle the dying dream rather than let it fade. When it binds Gehrman, it is not enslaving him, but embracing him. The dream it creates is not prison, but lullaby. The moon presence cannot end the hunt because it cannot bear to wake. Its nature is to preserve. Its tragedy is that preservation is indistinguishable from suffering. Every structure in Bloodborne's world, physical, spiritual, or emotional, mirrors this cosmic design. The cathedrals rise like open wounds, their spires reaching upward in imitation of the god's yearning. The labyrinths below Yharnam spiral downward like veins, connecting every layer of the world through the flow of blood. Even the city itself, with its perpetual fog and stone faces, resembles a body in repose, veins as streets, bones as towers, its pulse carried by the endless hunt. Humanity, in its obsession with divinity, built monuments to its own grief, transforming sorrow into architecture. The Great Ones did the same, only on a cosmic scale. Their dreams are not visions, but structures, realms of remembrance, shaped by their emotion. The nightmare of Mensis, the hunter's dream, the fishing hamlet, all are physical manifestations of divine feeling. The Great Ones do not dream about places. Their dreams are places. When they grieve, reality reshapes itself to contain that grief. When they love, new worlds bloom briefly before collapsing under the weight of their affection. In this sense, the Great Ones are artists. The universe is their canvas, and sorrow their medium. The colours they use are blood and memory. Their brushstrokes are tides and time. Every life, every death, every dream is part of their composition, a cosmic fresco painted endlessly across the walls of existence. And humanity, for all its frailty, is the one audience capable of perceiving it. But perception is both gift and curse. To gain insight is to see the world as the Great Ones do, to recognize that all things are connected by grief. The eyes that sprout within the mind are not tools of enlightenment, but mirrors. They reflect the sorrow of the cosmos until the self dissolves within it. And yet, through this dissolution, compassion is born. For when one sees everything as part of the same mourning, hatred becomes impossible. Only empathy remains. The Great Ones, then, are not humanity's creators or judges, but its mirror and its destiny. They are what humanity becomes when memory outweighs form, when emotion transcends flesh. Their tragedy is eternal remembrance. Humanity's salvation lies in fleeting forgetfulness. Together they form the rhythm of existence, the heartbeat of the cosmos, alternating between remembering and letting go. Perhaps that is the true meaning of the blood. Not corruption, not divinity, but connection. Every drop spilled, every transfusion given, every ritual performed is a gesture of remembrance, a reaffirmation of the bond between the mortal and the eternal. The blood does not heal, it unites, it reminds, and somewhere, in the depths where sea and sky meet, the Great Ones continue their silent vigil. They do not weep anymore, they listen, for in every hunter's whisper, in every human breath, they hear fragments of their own forgotten lullabies returning to them. The architecture of grief endures, not as a prison, but as a cathedral of memory, illuminated by the faint light of compassion. The gods have not abandoned the world. They are the world, its sorrow, its beauty, its endless fragile act of remembering. Beneath the cobblestones of Yharnam, below the tombstones and sewers, below even the labyrinths that the healing church pretended to have forgotten, lies the true body of the city. Its veins run deep and branching, carved through eons of ritual and decay. Every tunnel, every cistern, every blood-soaked altar is part of a single organism. A living monument, built not by human hands, but by memory itself. To walk through Yharnam is to move through a living body whose heart never stopped beating, whose pulse still echoes in the slow, steady rhythm of the blood. The citizens never saw it that way. They called it civilization. They saw the bridges and towers as triumphs of progress, the transfusions as miracles. They saw the blood as medicine, but the city saw itself differently. It dreamed. The stones remembered what had been done to them. The streets, wet with rain and crimson, whispered at night. The bells, ringing endlessly through the fog, were not calls to worship. They were the heartbeat of the old blood, echoing up through layers of forgotten ages. Long before the healing church built its cathedrals, the Thumerians had already mapped this anatomy. They were not architects, but mourners. Their labyrinths were veins and arteries carved deep into the earth so that the blood of the Great Ones could circulate freely between dream and reality. To them, the city above was only the skin, a fragile shell that protected the greater body beneath. Each ritual chamber, each chalice altar was a capillary in this divine organism. When they performed their ceremonies, they were not summoning gods, but keeping the cosmos alive. They believed that the Great One's essence flowed through stone, through marrow, through every living thing, and that if that flow ever ceased, existence itself would decay. But in time, the Thumerians fell. Their rituals continued without understanding, their descendants hollowed out by centuries of repetition. The blood no longer flowed freely. It pooled, it congealed, it turned stagnant beneath the earth. By the time the scholars of Bergenworth rediscovered those ruins, the old arteries had already hardened into tombs. They mistook this stillness for death, never realizing that beneath the dust, the pulse continued. When they drew the old blood from those depths, they were not resurrecting the divine. They were tapping into a living wound. That wound became Yharnam. The city was built upon it, each stone absorbing the rhythm of the blood beneath. The cathedral ward, the great bridge, the workshop, all were constructed as extensions of the Thumerian body. The healing church, in their hubris, believed they were raising temples to worship. In truth, they were building organs, for a god that still lived within the earth. The bell ringers, the choir members, the hunters, they became the blood cells of that organism, each playing their part in the circulation of memory. The city's sickness, the endless hunt, was not infection, but homeostasis. The blood sought always to move, to spread, to keep the world remembering. Look closely at the city and its design reveals itself. The cathedral's arches curve like ribs. The narrow alleys constrict like veins, forcing the flow of life or death in one direction. The aqueducts carry not water, but diluted blood. The statues that line every street, their faces caught between agony and prayer, are not decorations. They are fossils, the remnants of an older Yharnam that sank beneath the weight of its own remembrance. When the bells toll, the vibrations awaken what lies below, keeping the dream alive. And so, when the red moon rises and the hunt begins, it is not the city falling into chaos, it is the city breathing. The blood quickens, the pulse strengthens, the organism wakes. The beasts are not aberrations. They are antibodies, manifestations of the city's immune system, born to preserve the flow of remembrance against the threat of stillness. Every hunt, every death, every transfusion, every birth is the same heartbeat, repeating endlessly through time. This is why Yharnam cannot die. It has been destroyed 1,000 times, by fire, by plague, by the collapse of faith, yet it endures. Its endurance is not resilience, but recursion. It exists because it remembers. The old blood binds its bricks together more tightly than mortar. The dreams of its dead linger in its alleys like fog. Hunters wake and fall and wake again, their footsteps wearing grooves into the same stones. Every drop spilled on its streets seeps downward, nourishing the labyrinths below, feeding the pulse that sustains all. The city's consciousness, if it can be called that, is not singular. It is a chorus. Each whisper, each prayer, each scream that ever echoed through its streets becomes part of the hum beneath its foundations. Together, they form a song, low, unending, and sorrowful. To those with insight, that hum becomes audible. It is the sound that drives them mad, the murmur of the blood remembering too much. The great ones hear it too, and through it, they recognize themselves. Yharnam is their reflection in stone and flesh, a mirror built from mankind's attempt to contain their mourning. The church's architects may never have known, but something in them understood unconsciously what they were building. The city's design follows a pattern too deliberate to be mere coincidence, a spiral expanding outward from the cathedral like ripples in a pool. Every street curves, every bridge aligns with the lunar arc, every path eventually leads back to the central spire. The entire city is a sigil, a rune so vast that its meaning can only be read from above. From the moon's perspective, Yharnam is not a city at all, but a glyph, a prayer written in blood and stone. What does it say? Perhaps it says, "Remember us." Perhaps it says, "Forgive us." The great ones have answered that prayer in kind. Their presence saturates the air, not as beings, but as resonance. The wind carries whispers that are not quite words. The rain falls thick and warm as blood. Even the beasts, howling beneath the moon, speak a language older than speech. They are the city's voice, crying out for the continuity of memory. The hunters, unaware, fulfill their role as interpreters, translating the blood's sorrow into violence, ensuring that the pulse continues. There is no escaping it. Every transfusion draws one deeper into the rhythm. Every kill synchronizes the heart with the city's own. Even the dreams of the hunters, their visions of white flowers and moonlit fields. Ebrietas, part of the same circulation flowing upward from the heart of the world. The dream and Yharnam are not separate places, but different chambers of the same body. The blood moves between them ceaselessly, carrying memories back and forth like oxygen. When the final hunter silences the nightmare, when the red moon fades and dawn begins to stir, the city seems to rest. The streets grow quiet, the beasts retreat, the bells fall still. But beneath it all, the heartbeat continues, slow, patient, eternal. The blood never stops. It waits for the next breath, the next transfusion, the next remembrance, because Yharnam is not merely a city, it is the world's heart, the point at which divinity and mortality converge. The great ones did not choose it. They grew from it, as organs grow within flesh. And just as the heart does not think but feels, Yharnam does not reason but remembers. It beats because it must. It suffers because it lives. And if one were to press their ear against its stones on a still night, to listen past the echo of dripping water and distant screams, they might hear it, that deep, slow rhythm beneath the earth. Not words, not cries, but the pulse of the world itself, whispering the oldest truth there is. The blood is the memory is the world is alive, and somewhere far below, in the dark veins that connect all things, something vast stirs. Not awakening, but remembering. The red moon fades, the wind softens. The bells that once tolled like heartbeats fall silent, leaving only the hollow hush of dawn that does not arrive. Yharnam lies still beneath its fog, its cobblestones slick with the residue of 1,000 nights. Somewhere, a lantern flickers in an empty street, a remnant of hope for those who no longer wake. The hunt is over, or so it seems. But endings in this world are never ends. They are inhalations between sighs, pauses between heartbeats. The blood remembers too much to allow finality. The last hunter stands amidst the quiet, blade dripping, mind heavy with insight. The stars above have begun to wane, their light faint, pale, like embers losing breath. The city is peaceful in the way that ruins are peaceful, still, but not silent. The wind carries whispers that sound like prayer, and the fog shifts as though stirred by invisible motion. The hunter breathes, and the world breathes with them. In that breath lies the truth. The hunt does not end because the world does not want it to. It needs it, the way lungs need air, the way memory needs repetition. Each beast slain, each drop spilled, each cry silenced is not erasure, but continuation. The blood, rich with remembrance, flows down through the gutters into the labyrinths below, where it mingles once more with the ancient reservoirs of the great ones. The act of killing, of cleansing, is itself the mechanism of preservation. Yharnam does not survive in spite of the hunt. It survives through it. The city's silence is only the calm between cycles, the pause before the next dream unfurls. And yet, there is a difference now, subtle but profound. The moon has grown pale, not white, not red, but colourless, as though it has forgotten what it once was. The sky around it seems deeper, darker, more infinite. The hunter feels the weight of a truth that is neither despair nor comfort. The hunt may continue, but something within it has changed. The gods no longer cry. The blood no longer sings as it once did. For the first time, the memory itself feels tired. Gehrman's chair is empty. The doll stands motionless in her garden, head bowed as though in prayer. The field of white flowers around her sways gently in a wind that does not touch the waking world. The dream perhaps has faded, or perhaps it has merged with reality so seamlessly that no boundary remains. The hunter does not know which is true, and it no longer matters. The distinction between waking and dreaming has dissolved, leaving only remembrance. To understand this ending, one must understand what the hunt truly was. It was never a war against beasts, nor a punishment for sin. It was the act of the cosmos processing its own grief. Each night of slaughter was a confession, each dawn a fleeting absolution. The Great Ones, incapable of forgetting, entrusted their sorrow to humanity, and humanity, in its resilience, transformed that sorrow into ritual. The hunt was the heartbeat of the universe, rendered in blood and steel. It was pain given purpose, but purpose fades when it is fulfilled. The hunter, who has seen the dream's true face, carries within them the last echo of that purpose. Whether they chose to wake and forget, to kneel before the moon presence and serve, or to transcend and become a child of the cosmos, their choice was never about escape. It was about continuity. In each ending, the same truth unfolds. The blood does not end. It merely changes vessels. When the hunter accepts Gehrman's mercy, they awaken in the ruins of Yharnam, the sun just beginning to break through the fog. But that light feels strange, distant, hollow, like a memory of sunlight rather than the thing itself. The city remains. The beasts remain. The blood remains. And though the hunter may walk away, they know, somewhere deep within, that the hunt will begin again. The next generation will drink. The next night will fall. The next moon will rise red. When the hunter refuses, the moon presence descends. Its tendrils wrap around them, binding them in gentle horror. They do not scream. They dream. Their body dissolves into the fabric of the hunt, their consciousness stretched thin until it merges with the will of the god. They become what Gehrman once was: caretaker, prisoner, dreamer. The dream endures. The hunt continues. And for the one who defies even that, the hunter who consumes the remnants of the gods and transcends, the ending is quieter still. The moon presence reaches out, and the hunter reaches back. There is no fear, no struggle. The two merge, and from their union is born something small, pale, and silent. A newborn great one, resting in the field of flowers, cradled by the doll's hands. "Good hunter," she whispers, her voice trembling like the last note of a song. The night and the dream are over. But the flowers keep swaying. The moon remains overhead. Somewhere, another dream begins. There is no true dawn, because dawn is the illusion of ending. Bloodborne's world does not end. It breathes, it remembers, it repeats. The cycles of the hunt are not punishment, but pattern, the pulse of the cosmos, the rhythm by which it keeps itself alive. The blood flows, the moon rises, the hunters wake, the beasts howl. Each repetition is a heartbeat, and each heartbeat is the sound of existence refusing to fade. In this endless rhythm, the Great Ones and humanity are indistinguishable. Both are bound by the same compulsion: to remember, to feel, to seek. The difference lies only in degree. The Great Ones remember too much, humanity too little. Between them lies the blood, the perfect medium, neither mortal nor divine. The bridge that keeps the world in motion. The healing church, for all its heresy, understood this much. The blood is sacred not because it heals, but because it connects. And so, even as Yharnam sleeps beneath its fog, even as the lanterns dim and the moonlight cools, the pulse continues. In distant lands, new scholars begin their studies. New hunters dream of redemption. New gods whisper from the dark between stars. The hunt will return, not as recurrence but as inheritance. A pattern written into the marrow of existence. There will be new names, new streets, new prayers. But the rhythm will be the same. The blood will call. The moon will answer. And someone, somewhere, will awaken to the sound of bells. Perhaps that is what dawn truly means in this world. Not an end to the night, but the moment one realizes that the night is eternal, and that eternity is not curse, but continuity. The light that follows is not salvation, but remembrance, a gentler dream rising from the ashes of the old. In the pale glow of that false dawn, the hunter lowers their weapon. The wind carries the scent of salt and blood. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the sea whispers softly, and the city exhales. The night is over, the dream endures, and above it all the moon, pale, watching, merciful, continues to remember. The night has ended, though its silence still trembles in the air. The moon recedes behind clouds, softening into pale grey, its light diffused through the mists of Yharnam. The cobblestones, once drenched in blood, glisten faintly as if rinsed by unseen hands. The hunters have ceased their wandering, the beasts have quieted in their dens. Yet beneath that quiet, the city hums, not with life, but with memory. It is the sound of the blood turning upon itself, the faint heartbeat of a dream that does not die. The great ones do not speak. Their voices have withdrawn from the ears of men, their cries replaced by stillness. They do not need to be heard anymore. Their remembrance has been fulfilled through humanity's suffering. The world has seen enough to understand the rhythm that binds all things, the rise and fall of creation, the pulse of loss, the endless return. The great ones do not ascend. They dissolve into their own memory, scattering through every vein of the world like starlight through water. In the quiet that follows, the hunter stands at the threshold of something ineffable. Whether they have become a great one, returned to the waking world, or faded into the dream, the distinction no longer matters. Their footsteps echo through every layer of existence simultaneously. Across the white field, the drowned hamlet, the cathedral's hollow chambers, and the endless streets of Yharnam. They have walked the spiral inward, reached its heart, and now stand where beginning and end converge. They have seen the truth of the blood, that it is not curse or blessing, not salvation or damnation, but continuity. The blood remembers because the world cannot bear to forget. Every drop is a story, every transfusion a retelling. When the healing church first drew the old blood from the depths, they were not committing heresy. They were participating in an act of cosmic nostalgia. They sought to restore what was lost, to bring back the memory of divinity that had long since sunk beneath the sea. But remembrance, when forced, becomes contagion. The more they remembered, the less they lived. The blood did not corrupt them, it mirrored them. Their ambition was simply the universe's own yearning, made visible. And yet, there is mercy in this endless cycle. The great ones, the hunters, the beasts, all serve a single, silent purpose: to keep the world awake through the act of remembering. The hunt is not punishment, but preservation, an unending vigil against the oblivion that lurks in forgetting. The nightmare is simply the memory of the world made visible, a reflection of its desire to hold on to what has passed. When the hunter kills, they do not end life, they renew it. When the great ones weep, they do not despair, they sing. Their grief is creation's heartbeat. The dream, now faded, was never a place, but a process. The mind of the cosmos cycling through its recollections. It will take new forms, new names. The field of white flowers will bloom again, though elsewhere, beneath another sky. The doll will return in spirit, perhaps as a whisper in a child's sleep, perhaps as the soft voice that comforts the dying. Gehrman's sorrow will remain in every act of sacrifice, Maria's guilt in every act of compassion. The blood will continue to flow, carrying memory like a current beneath the visible world. If one could peel back the layers of time, one would see that this has always been so. Before Yharnam, there were other cities, other dreams. Each rose, discovered the blood, worshipped it, fell. Each built its cathedrals, conducted its hunts, sang its hymns to gods who wept in silence. The names changed, but the rhythm did not. Every civilization that has ever looked skyward has heard the faint hum of the cosmos, remembering itself. Every faith that has ever spoken of resurrection has echoed the same truth, that to live again is to remember. And so, as the last lantern flickers, as the mist thickens, and the sound of the sea returns, the hunter's tale joins the countless others. They are not alone in their burden. The world is full of forgotten hunters, forgotten gods, forgotten dreams. Their echoes fill the spaces between the stars, their bloodlines tangled in the great spiral of remembrance. Even the beasts once cursed and reviled are not gone. They sleep beneath the earth, beneath the sea, waiting for the world to dream of them again. Perhaps that is what eternity truly is. Not a line, but a circle, turning endlessly around the axis of memory. Each age believes itself to be the last, yet every end is simply a pause before repetition. The blood slows, but it never stops. The moon wanes, but it never disappears. The dream fades, but another takes its place. And through it all, the same soft refrain echoes through creation, spoken in every tongue, sung in every silence. We are born of the blood. We are made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open. The final truth is simple, and it is kind. The great ones are not elsewhere. They are here, in every heartbeat, every tear, every act of mercy. Their remembrance sustains the world, and our remembrance sustains them. The boundary between divine and human, between dream and waking, was always illusion. The moon is not above us. It is within us, glowing faintly behind the eyes. The ocean is not distant. It is the blood that moves through our veins. The hunt was never something to escape. It was something to understand. In this understanding lies peace. The hunter lowers their weapon, the blood drying on the blade. They breathe, and the city breathes with them. The lantern beside them flickers once, twice, then fades. The fog rolls through the streets, wrapping the towers in soft light. From somewhere unseen, the faintest melody rises. The doll's voice, perhaps, or the wind through hollow stone. It hums the same rhythm as the tide, the same rhythm as the heart. The world sleeps. The blood dreams. And in that dream, beneath the endless moon, the voice of the cosmos whispers, gentle as the sea, "Rest now, good hunter, the memory endures."